The views and opinions in this program are not those of CISA 7 or Spectrum.
So at this point, I'd entertain the first motion to convene in closed session.
I move that the board convene in closed session, room 337, pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85, paren 1, paren C, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85, paren 1, paren F, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons where, except where paren B applies, which, if discussed in public, would likely have a substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data, or involved in such problems or investigations, to wit, emeritus break in service and administrative restructuring and assignments, and pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85, paren 1, paren E, deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session, more specifically, to wit, contract with City of Green Bay, paren Oak Learning Center, and school resource officers contract. The board will reconvene in open session at 6 p.m. pursuant to section 19.85, paren 2, Wisconsin statute, to consider the balance of the agenda, which will include an open forum, system and monitoring reports, and the superintendent's update. The board may reconvene in closed session after the conclusion of the regular board meeting for such reasons noted in this posting and pursuant to a proper motion. The board may return to open session to vote on items discussed in closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sandy?
Maloney?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Shelton? Aye.
Carried 6-0. We'll convene across the hall. All right, I would entertain a motion so that we can reconvene in open session.
I move that the board reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.85, paren 2, Wisconsin statutes, to consider the balance of the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sandy?
Maloney?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
McCoy?
Aye.
Shelton? Aye.
Carried 6-0. And then would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then I'd ask Katie, please, to read the mission statement.
We educate all students to be college, career, and community ready, inspired to succeed in our diverse world.
Thank you, Katie. And next we have some exciting recognitions tonight. First, we are going to recognize our Golden Apple winners. They were formally recognized last Wednesday at the Radisson at the Golden Apple event. And we have Marisol Evans and Linda Hart are our two teachers, and I know Michelle is going to introduce them.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Marisol to join us, and Linda as well, and I'll speak about both of them. I had the privilege of being part of the celebration last week, and I have to share with you that the rigorous process of identifying a Golden Apple winner is probably beyond some people's comprehension. So just to recognize the fact that there were close to 2,000 nominations for these critical positions. And I think what really was very apparent to me as we listened to the stories and watched the videos of the people who were selected, and also the teachers of distinction that were identified and shared and celebrated as well. Not only do we have an extraordinary community of educators right here in this area, but we have such dedication and commitment that is second to none. So we felt that it was very important that we honor our teachers here tonight. And just a little bit about Marisol. She is an English language instructional coach at Washington Middle School. She is, of course, one of the 2019 Golden Apple Award winners, one of 7. And then there was one team. She's worked at Washington for 13 years, and I know her principal is here tonight with her as well. Marisol is bilingual and is passionate about working with English language learners. Linda Hart is a kindergarten teacher at the Early Learning Center. She also is one of 7 2019 Golden Apple Award winners. She started her career, bless you, in special education and has enjoyed her time teaching some of our littlest learners. Linda understands that education is more than just academics and works to support her students in their emotional learning as well. We are so proud and want to congratulate you and just wanted to give you this recognition and let our community also see you, who may not have seen you with all your sparklies on the other night and all the glamour of the evening, but well deserved, and it was such a humbling honor for me to be able to share these words tonight and also the other night as well. We're grateful to you and all of our staff who serve children tirelessly each and every day. There's a reason that the students continue to make incremental progress, and it's because of your dedication and commitment. So we thank you and we applaud you tonight. I see that you have a mic placed in front of you if you'd like to share a few words. It's not required, but please feel free.
Specifically told that we did not have to say.
Okay, then, did Julie tell you that?
No, it was an email.
Okay.
Jean was just giving you the option.
Yeah, no, it is so nice to be recognized for the work that we do. And we know that people appreciate us and appreciate all teachers, and the district has been amazing with this whole process. It's been overwhelming, but as you said, so humbling, and I'm extremely grateful.
And I agree. The support from the district has been amazing. Honestly, everything that I've heard has been very complimentary. So we thank all of you as well for the support that you give education, which is what helps us do what we do well.
It was fun to see your students' faces on those videos. It was a hoot. They were clearly very excited for you.
Yeah, they kept saying, "We won it."
Yes.
Well,
yes,
I know.
we did.
Yes, they all
Yes,
said
they
that.
did.
We won it. It was so
Yes.
cool.
Yes.
So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we're gonna take some pictures.
Yeah.
Because you've not been photographed enough.
That's right.
As you should be, so. Yeah, let's have the board get in the picture. For sure. Yeah.
No, you want to stand in for Andrew?
Oh, that's right. I love that she looks.
I have to look, because otherwise I get back to my office and they're looking.
And then we get the one more sign.
There you go.
Awesome, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another round of applause, Marisol Evans and Linda Hart, Green Bay Area Public Schools Golden Apple winners. Thank you, thanks for coming. Okay.
And then our next recognition is for one of our Herb Cole recipients, Scott Christie, and I'll ask him to come up. We also had a student Herb Cole recipient, Joel Kiernan, who is a student at East High School, but he wasn't able to attend this evening.
Very good. Welcome. I had a chance just briefly to talk to Scott before he came up. Scott Christie is from East High School. He was recently named Herb Cole Education Foundation 2019 Teacher Fellow. This is a really also very rigorous process, and it really sorts and provides and elevates teachers who have gone above and beyond. The Teacher Fellowship recipients are chosen for their ability to inspire a love of learning in their students, the ability to motivate others, and their leadership and service not only inside the classroom but outside the classroom. So we are very humbled and honored to honor you tonight, Scott, for the extraordinary work you do elevating and inspiring the children both at East High School and for your leadership outside and service in our community as well. So thank you for joining us tonight so that we could let everybody know this. So
I would be remiss if and I apologize for the Scott, but I had Mr. Christie 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Franklin Middle School. So I'll be how to type. And then again, on a website design class in high school. So I was really happy to see that you're still here and doing great things for kids.
That was a long time.
Technology's changed a little bit.
Yeah, I've been in the district, it's my 28th year, and I haven't had any children of former students come back, so I know when that happens that it might be time to retire, but it's always good seeing former students. So, thank you.
I do have to share that I was with a team from Leadership Green Bay last year, and we were able to spend a little bit of time speaking with you in your classroom. He's moved well beyond what experiences you've had for the current students, really moving them forward rapidly into the 21st century, and the amount of technology and the work that you're doing now has really transformed what students can learn and be able to do. So thank you for that as well. Okay, picture time. Yeah. Good. Again, Scott Christie from East High School, Herb Cole Education Foundation, 2019 Teacher Fellow. So just a few quick words about Joel. While Joel was unable to attend this evening, he is also a recipient of the Herb Cole Education Foundation 2019 Student Excellence Scholar Award. To receive the honor, Joel has had to demonstrate excellence in the academic arena, as well as high motivation to achieve, display a broad range of activity and leadership outside the academic setting, and show strong promise for succeeding in college and beyond. And I'm not sure it says it anywhere here, but Joel is also a student at East High School. So I wanted to make sure that that was known. And you may have seen him posted on our Facebook. He has quite a resume now of different opportunities that he has won. And I think most recently, though, he was nominated by our community for volunteerism. He and his younger brother actually have an effort out there to provide running shoes for kids across our district. So he's really a fine young man, and we're grateful to at least acknowledge him tonight. And he actually has so much going on his plate that he just couldn't fit it all in. So if you know Joel or see him, please congratulate him as well.
All right, and then we have a sad note tonight. A man who has been our audio-visual person for the last how many years? Long time. Passed away this last week, and our board has been so grateful for his service. He's such a kind, generous man. He helped us in so many ways, and just really supportive of our board. Jeff Gretzinger was his name. And at this point, I'd like to just have a moment of silence for Jeff, and then Michelle is going to talk a little bit about him.
I think as when we learned that Jeff had passed, there was a great deal of sadness. And what we didn't all recognize or know is how accomplished Jeff was outside of Green Bay Public Schools filming. He was a gentle person who went about his life, who spent a great deal of his time in the fine arts. He attended the Institute of Advanced Musical Studies in Switzerland. He graduated from St. Norbert College with a bachelor's degree in music in 1975 and continued his journey in music and the fine arts at Vandercook College of Music in Chicago, UW Superior, River Falls, and even more studies at St. Norbert. Many of our music program teachers across the district had the opportunity to work with Jeff. He taught music in Oconto at Oconto High School, and then he spent a great deal of his career and time working as the leadership person for the Wisconsin School Music Association. And then he found his journey to CESA 7. I think he also was just such a quiet, humble man that you didn't know all this about him. Periodically he'd stop to chat, but he was always concerned about how we were doing and not always talking much about himself. But he was actually also a Herb Kohl Fellowship recipient. He was the 1996 State Teacher of the Year candidate. He was Wisconsin's ambassador to music staff, Who's Who in America's Teachers, and also the Wisconsin School Music Association Festival Computer Committee, and a National Band Association member. He also played for the Green Bay Symphony from 1971 to 1991. He was an extraordinary gift to all of us in so many ways, and yeah, we'll miss him.
All right, we'll move on to our agenda. I want to remind the public that they can view the board agenda and handouts as well as minutes from past meetings by visiting the district website at www.gbaps.org. Click on Our District at the top and then Board of Education on the left. On that left menu, you will find a link to agendas and minutes. This link will take you to a website called Neptune, where all board agendas, minutes, and handouts from board meetings are housed. Also, the board will provide our community with 2 different opportunities during tonight's meeting to speak before the board. All speakers must fill out a form indicating their desire to speak. If you wish to speak during tonight's open forum, you may do so with respect to items that are posted on tonight's agenda or any other matter you wish to share with the board. Please know that Wisconsin's open meeting laws prohibits the board from conducting business on matters brought during this open forum. The board also will permit public participation during agenda items that the Board of Education will be voting on as noted on the board's agenda. During this public participation time, consistent with state and federal laws, board members may engage in dialogue with the speakers. In order that all voices are heard, the board will suspend engagement until all speakers have had a chance to speak. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes. The timekeeper will let you know when your 5 minutes has ended. Prior to starting your comments, please provide your name and address. Lastly, demonstrations during public comments, such as clapping or cheering in response to either public comments or statements made by board members, are prohibited. And I have a number of speakers who would like to speak to us tonight, and I will call them up in the order received. First is John Yankee.
Hello, I'm John Yankee. I live at 319 14th Avenue in Green Bay here. I wanted to speak tonight because I took the school climate survey that had been sent to parents on the app. I took that survey, and when I took it, I had some concerns about the survey, and so I wanted to come and share them with the board. The first concern I had was right from the start. I took it on the app, which I'm sure a lot of families did. It was sent out in a text and took it on the app. And my initial concern was that there was only 2 options for languages for the online survey, and there was nothing indicating where someone might get an additional language survey, which I'm sure we have, but I know in our community there's a lot of Hmong spoken, there's a lot of Somali, and so that concerned me that the most common form families are getting it, we're not making all the languages that should be available. Then the next question that came up that sort of concerned me was there was a question about how we felt about consolidating and repurposing West Side schools. But I didn't feel like as I read through it, there was a lot of good description in that. And consolidating and repurposing, when you're just reading that question, it brings up concerns of how are families going to handle it? Are their kids going to be moving farther away? Are they going to be, I just felt like there wasn't a clear idea of what I was agreeing with or disagreeing with in that question. The next thing is that comes up that I've heard a lot come before this board is talking about families that struggle with housing insecurity. And so it talks about providing busing as kids move around, but that doesn't really solve a family's problem. And I'm just curious, you know, I would like to see more being done. McKinney-Vento is great, and we can transport the family, but that doesn't solve the root issue of the homelessness. And so as much busing as we do with kids, if we don't help families, if we don't look for ways to get them in connection with services that can help them solve the root issue of home stability. And so that's sort of a separate question from just a survey, but also it brought that point to me again. The next thing that came up was talking about the recurring operational referendum to fund transportation. As a taxpayer, I'm a little concerned about that when we start talking about recurring, because it doesn't address the root issue of where the funding is coming from. And so that's just something that I had concern about. So then back to when it finally came to the end, it felt like, as I took it, it felt like a push-pull that you would take in a political climate, where the survey was designed to get a desired result, is what it felt like. And so at the end, there were those 5 choices and to rank them with the magnet schools, grade configuration K through 2 and 3 through 5, grade reconfiguration K-8, boundary changes. But on the app, you had to rank them 1 through 5. So in my mind, there was only 1 or 2 that I felt were viable options, and 3 I felt weren't. I wasn't allowed to leave them blank. I wasn't allowed to rank them all number 5. I had to give them a rank. And so my concern with doing that is it's going to result in a false reading of what the community's climate really is, because they're forced into a ranking that you know, because I wouldn't put some of them as 3, because to me all of them would be, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. So that was my concern about. So as someone who took the survey and looked at it, I'm not sure that I trust any results that could be gleaned from it. And so the other thing that, as I was talking about it, so my other concern, one of the things that came up was to do a grade reconfiguration of K through 2 and 3 through 5. That's another thing that as a parent would concern me, that especially if you have multiple kids, that's adding another split and adding more schools that parents could have to go to. Plus, a lot of research shows that anytime you add a transition, you run the risk of losing people. And so instead of making fewer transitions or making transitions smoother, we're creating another one to solve some of our school like population location problems. So, but anyway, those are just concerns that I had, and in the end, especially at the end when I felt like it was really pushing me toward a predetermined result, I would lack confidence in any results I heard from it. So, thanks.
Can I ask a clarifying question? John, when you were asked to rank, excuse me, when you were asked to rank the priorities,
Yep.
Would you have preferred to rank each one individually, like 1 to 5, like 1 being a top priority, 5 being like a super low? Would that have been more effective on your?
Yeah, I think that would have been better, because that would probably have been more ideal, because then you could have truly.
You could have said no,
because then you could have
yeah.
said no to the ones that you thought didn't merit any consideration, and you could have rated a higher thing. Because you may have had 2 that were equally important, but you couldn't rate 2 of them equally important, and you could have so something that could have done that. And so I just, after I took it, and then I actually had sat down with my mom and take it, you know, because she had asked me about it, and we both had that same thing where it just really felt like we were being pushed toward, like the determination had already been made, and it felt like why is the district wasting my time if they already know the answer they want? So, that was my concern. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Next is Lorraine Poplaski, is that how you say that?
Poplaski.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Poplaski. I live at 1281 Emily Street in Green Bay. I teach French at West High School. I'm the advisor of Le Club Français, and the advisor of Le Concours Oral, which is French forensics. I am here this evening to voice my concern for the future of French language study in the Green Bay District. Every year, once numbers and sections are shared with us, the current 6 French teachers in the district, we talk. We try to get a sense of our numbers and what is offered. This year is no different. However, this year, no one was assigned Lombardy Middle School. The current French teacher, Lori Lambert, asked her principal about it, and he told her they were going in a different direction. However, he did not elaborate. Erica Peters will work with the second-year French students at Red Smith next year, and it will no longer be an option for incoming students. These changes are red flags to me. I only survived being full-time at West because of MYP and IB. I had been without Franklin Middle School as a feeder school for at least 5 years, and it took a toll on my class offerings at West. That said, I look to the future of Southwest and Preble. Once a program is cut, it is difficult to reinstate, especially when there are financial concerns, and Green Bay always has financial concerns. This is a slow death for French, and I would be wrong not to state my concern at this time. So I looked for meeting notes of you, the school board, so as to get a sense as to what the discussion was exactly with these changes. I had no luck, as the notes I was looking for were not yet available. So then, to whom do I speak? I contacted our new curriculum person, Eric Kahn, who did not know anything. I had to ask him who his boss was, because somebody had to know something. Eric assured me that he would speak with Mike Fries. I have yet to hear back from him. In the meanwhile, a friend of mine told me to contact Rhonda. As you know, I'm not in the habit of contacting you, the school board, but I did contact Rhonda, explained the situation, and was surprised to find out that she did not have any information because there was not a discussion. And she told me she would get back to me, and she did. She contacted John Magus, who at first reply said he was unaware of it, but he would get back to her. And true to his words, a few days later he did. He also vaguely remembered a meeting discussing it about a month earlier or so. Rhonda shared his thoughts with me. The customer base with French was drying up, a national trend, no interest in French in high school, maybe highlight Mandarin or even Arabic. The current plan is to pipeline kids who are already in the program, and after that, then what? So I thought maybe I was missing something. What research did John Magus do to arrive at this conclusion? I didn't know, so I went to Google. I don't have Alexis at home, so I typed in, what is the status of French in the world? Thinking maybe I'm missing something, because I'm kind of busy. So it's spoken on all continents. French is taught in universities around the world and is one of the world's most influential languages because of its wide use in the worlds of journalism, jurisprudence, the academy, and diplomacy. In diplomacy, French is one of 6 official languages of the United Nations and one of the UN Secretariat's only 2 working languages, one of 20 official and 3 working languages of the European Union, an official language of NATO, the International Olympic Committee, the Council of Europe, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Organization of the United States, the Eurovision Song Contest, one of 18 official languages of the European Space Agency, World Trade Organization, and one of the North American Free Trade Agreement countries. It is also a working language in non-profit organizations such as Red Cross, Amnesty International, Médecins Sans Frontières, et Médecins du Monde. So I thought, okay, Green Bay wants to cut this eventually. So another question that popped up asked, is French a dying language? Which always stabs me in the heart. The latest projection is that French will be spoken by 750 million people by 2050. Why? One word, Africa. The majority of French speakers today are not living in France, and some key areas in which French is being spoken, African countries chief among these, are poised to gain in importance on the world stage. A study by investment bank Natixis even suggests that even by that time, French could be the most spoken language in the world, ahead of English and even Mandarin. But that point still stands. French is still a fast-growing global language. Okay, so I thought, well, current trends. Look at current trends. It's very easy to find out how many countries speak French in the world. I did not have to do deep research to find out in one article that French is inherently valuable, and no matter what was ever going to happen, a language with that much influence and that much spread is in no danger of disappearing. There it is. Is that my 5 minutes? Can I keep going? Thank you. Okay. Apparently, in the Green Bay School District, someone has decided it is. So I am still wondering why the French language is in this situation and why the school district that I am a product of, graduate of East High, as was my mother and as is my son, and now work for, would consider closing off this valuable avenue of study to our students. Maybe some of you remember just last year when UW Stevens Point was going to cut a number of majors, history, French, German, Spanish, to name a few, and many others on top of it. Current trends suggested that world language study was in decline, and not just those. But the fact still remained, though, that the top 3 foreign languages in the United States were Spanish, French, and American Sign Language. The university received quite a bit of backlash from this decision to cut programs. Although some of the decision was based on financial concerns, much of it was based on positioning itself ahead of a projected enrollment decline. In fact, many wondered if UW Stevens Point could really be considered a true university without these core liberal arts fields. What would the university turn into? I'm happy to say, as of April 11th, 2019, this year, an article in the Inside Higher Ed periodical reported that due to this questioning, nothing would be cut from UW Stevens Point offerings. Even though at first it seemed like it was a good decision, after further analysis, it was dropped. They will offer everything they thought initially to cut. So in reflecting on world languages offered in Green Bay, I'm thinking, okay, Green Bay currently has one teacher who teaches 2 sections of German. The same teacher offers 2 sections of Italian and can be called on to teach Spanish if needed. This year, there are 2 Chinese teachers traveling in the district. American Sign Language is offered at Southwest, and I believe there are 2 teachers, I'm not sure. Next, there are 6 French teachers between middle and high school. I do not know how many Spanish teachers there are, but it is offered in one way or another in most elementary schools, middle schools, and high school in Green Bay. We have a Spanish immersion type school at Dan's. There are Spanish classes for Spanish speakers. There are AP Spanish courses offered. Spanish is offered at Aldo Leopold and Leonardo da Vinci. French was never invited, I might add. There is not one language on this planet in Green Bay that can compete with Spanish in numbers. Spanish speakers are a priority. The public knows this. We know this. The numbers of French, Chinese, German, and Italian cannot compete with Spanish and should not be expected to. We do not have a cheerleader nor a voice at DOB speak on our behalf. Chinese or maybe Arabic was brought up as future offerings, maybe. These critical languages need special attention. Students love the exotic. However, take a look at the numbers there too. Green Bay tried Japanese and Russian for about 2 years before they were discontinued. Is Green Bay willing to support small numbered classes? If so, is there really an issue here then? Mixing levels does not always offer, though, optimum learning environment too, I might add. So I do not know what data John Magnus used to come up with this decision, or anybody who came up with this decision. I am not privy to how student services are set up to interpret student schedules nor put them together. I, like the professors of UW Stevens Point, do wonder what direction the Green Bay district is going in as a school district. How are we to be perceived? And I do ask you, the school board, to have a discussion on a decision that I believe merits more consideration as to what is in our students' best interests. Obviously, I'm in favor of keeping the French program intact and alive, and the information I've seen supports that. Thank you for the extra time. I appreciate it.
I have a clarifying question.
Okay.
Can you tell us how long you've been working in the district?
This was my 29th year. My first 8 were in ESL, or EL now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Lorraine.
Thanks, Lorraine. Next is Lori Lambert.
My name is Lori Lambert, 309 Sunrise Acres Court in Seymour. I am new this year to Green Bay Public Schools. This past summer, several opportunities to teach French in the area became available. I chose Green Bay due to its long history and support for its French program. I had a special teaching moment at Franklin last week when my students shared their knowledge at home and in many classrooms, their knowledge and concern for the fire at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. We had taken a monument to study each month, and they were proud to share what they had learned with others, in addition to expressing their sincere concern for world news, world issues. Recently, a parent at parent-teacher conferences shared with me that his machine operations at work are all in French. He works at SMT Machine and Tool in Green Bay. I have a full class of 7th graders at Lombardi who are excited about continuing French as 8th graders next year. This would serve as completion of a full credit prior to attending high school. I do not believe they have been made aware that this will no longer be an offering, and therefore they cannot complete the credit that they already have started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mara Marks.
Bonsoir. I am Mara Marks. I live at 444 North Wisconsin Street, De Pere. Okay. I'm a teacher of French and or English, have been with the Green Bay Area Public Schools since 1982. I have had the very great pleasure of teaching students French as well as English for many, many years. And I have endeavored to instill in them a passion, which is, of course, a French-English cognate, for years, and also the language, the literature, and the arts. One of the most important goals that has remained a constant for me in teaching French to students in Green Bay has been an emphasis on the interconnectivity of the languages of English and French and its relevance in today's world. French matters for its linguistic, its cultural, its historical, and philosophical ties to the United States and to the world, which enhances and enriches all of our civilizations. Some of you may have heard Mayor Pete's French response to the recent Notre Dame burnings, and it was a beautiful French, I might add. I think he also speaks Norwegian. I thought that was awesome. According to the World Speaks French Initiative, the average English speaker is able to recognize up to 15,000 French words. Thus, for my students, recognizing cognates in written and spoken French, helps improve literacy skills in both languages. Studying French also helps raise students' reading scores on ACT and SAT exams and gives them more cachet when applying to colleges, universities, and in seeking employment. The study of French literary classics, from the plays of Molière, the French Shakespeare, to the works of the great Victor Hugo, Les Misérables, and Notre Dame de Paris, to name just two, greatly enhances students' academic experiences and may prepare them for more rigorous work in university courses. French matters. From cuisine to commerce, from diplomacy to politics, from fashion to sports, from the study of Francophone countries to the aerospace industry. French matters. From the visual arts, architecture, Gothic cathedrals, for example, paintings, the Impressionists, sculpture. I have some names here. I omitted some. Rodin, for example, his great Le Penseur. French matters. From performance arts such as dance, cinéma, music, and opéra, French matters. For historical ties that unite our countries and our ideologies, from U.S. statesmen to Paris early in America's own history. Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, for example, to Americans' Declaration of Independence, and to France's Declaration of the Rights of Man, to the Treaty of Versailles, which ended World War I. French matters. To the Allied forces storming of the beaches of Normandy on June 6th of 1944, to our shared philosophies of liberty and justice for all people, to the Statue of Liberty, France's gift to the American people, French matters. In reaction to the terrorist attacks to the United States on September 11th, 2011, the headline of Le Monde, one of France's leading newspapers, read, "Aujourd'hui, nous sommes tous Américains." Today, we are all Americans. Today, we are all still united through our deep linguistic, cultural, and historical ties. Let us, nor our students, forget, for both the French language and culture are gifts to our own students' repertoire of linguistic as well as cultural and historical knowledge. French matters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jessica Culver.
Hello, I'm Jessica Culver. My address is 1058 Blackberry Winter Lane in De Pere. I'm also a French teacher in the district. I teach at Preble and have taught French there for 7 years. And I'm greatly invested in it. I did look at other opportunities to use my French at other jobs in Wisconsin, but what always drew me back to teaching was my passion for French and wanting to share it with students. So French does matter. Just some statistics so that you can see that. 200 million in the world speak it. It is the official language in 33 countries, and it's not dying. It is growing. It has tripled in the last 50 years, the number of people speaking the language, and again, that is mostly Africa. So people often forget about that. In Wisconsin, there are ties as well, 7,800 jobs that are French companies just in Wisconsin alone. One of my friends had a job opening for a French speaker to work with the Michelin company, and they were not able to find someone, so they had to cut ties with Michelin. So that's kind of sad. So if we can keep French in our schools, we can create future employees that have jobs to find in our state. Our closest neighbor to Wisconsin is Canada, and they are bilingual in French and English. So that is actually a drivable distance. I went with my family this past summer to Quebec and took my 2 young daughters, and it gives you the opportunity to see it in action and speak the language and hear it and see how it applies and see the art and the theater and so much that goes with the language. The language is not something that stands by itself. There's so many cross-curricular opportunities with French. The theater, Les Mis, of course, is widely popular. Art, Monet, Van Gogh, some popular names. History, different wars, World War I, World War II, the revolutions. Food, humanities, so many cross-curricular ties, which ties into my next focus, which is that I have traveled with students from Preble High School and East High School to France 3 times, 2012, 2014, and 2018. We had the opportunity to see castles, museums, to experience different food, to speak a language, to see Roman ruins, just so many things to build them into global citizens. Many of those students have gone on to college and are minoring or majoring in French that were once my students. I even have one student that received a scholarship in French, and she is now teaching English in France. So French does matter. It creates opportunities for the future. I will even be going with students from Preble in the summer of 2020 with a history combined focused tour of Europe, where we will be going to the D-Day beaches. So not only do we talk about it, we will go there. We will be going to Belgium, where the Battle of the Bulge happened. We will be going to the war rooms that Winston Churchill once spoke in. So for me, this is teaching it in the classroom is my passion, and then seeing how it takes them in the community is what keeps me here and keeps me wanting to do what I do. Finally, talking about the future and why French should be considered to be important and kept in our district is that the new and upcoming teaching style for any world language is called Comprehensible Input, CI for short. And we have an institute opportunity this summer that the Howard Suamico School District is bringing in a speaker to train us. And several of us are willing to spend between $100 and $200 per person to be trained in this comprehensible input, because we love our language and we love what we teach, and we want to be in the forefront of what language can be. Comprehensible input is more immersion based. It's more teaching like how we how people acquire their first language. It's more speaking and listening for the students and starting with that, and then they increase their output as months and maybe even a year go by, where they can come back and start outputting more than input. So that's why French is important, and I hope you will consider keeping it in our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kim Fry.
My name is Kim Fry, and I live at 1525 Cardinal Lane in Green Bay. This is my first year with the district, so I'm excited to be able to teach French here. I teach at the middle school level for Edison, Washington, and Red Smith. I want to be trilingual. This is what many of my middle school students told me in the fall when I inquired why they were taking French class. I think that is amazing. 12 and 13-year-old students have the insight to be able to make that statement. Many of my students already know how to read and write in Spanish and want to be more knowledgeable in our modern global society. People that know several languages are more appealing to employers because they have the stamina and intrinsic motivation to perform well in their careers. There are many employers in the Midwest that do international business connected to the French language or culture. I'll just name two. First of all, Kimberly Clark, as of April 20th of this year, has 66 job openings in Neenah, Wisconsin, and also has 3 plants in France. Through obtaining a position here in Wisconsin, that aids in employees that seek out employment in France and Canada. Knowledge of the culture in these Francophone areas can make a natural fit for our French students. My second example is Johnsonville Sausage in Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. It has plants in France and Canada, among other areas in the world. All products in Canada are bilingual due to the company's proximity to Quebec. Knowing many employees and the CEO of Johnsonville Sausage has given me the first-hand knowledge of their overseas business and need for French speakers. Simply, starting at a position in Sheboygan Falls can be a gateway to working in the French-speaking portion of the business. According to the online site France Amérique, there is a French company in every single state in the U.S. and Wisconsin, and in Wisconsin alone has 7,800 jobs, as was mentioned already. Our neighbor, Michigan, has over 18,000 jobs. And may I quote from that online site, some 4,800 French companies employed 678,000 people in the United States in 2017. This makes France the 3rd biggest foreign employer in America after the UK and Japan. In conclusion, the educators in Green Bay have a responsibility in our hearts and minds to continue the guidance of requests by our students through fulfilling their aspirations of being multilingual global citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just, Mr. Mayor, Vegas. I would assume that you could bring forward information to the board, not at this time because it's not on the agenda, but I do think that the board should be apprised of where things are at as well from teaching and learning perspective. And I know you're going to talk a little bit about class size as well tonight, so maybe you can speak to that. But there's my understanding is there is not an elimination of French from the district. That was not. Okay, thank you.
Can I just say a quick thing? I just want to thank each of you for organizing yourselves to come tonight, to speak and to advocate and to elevate your voice for what you need. I think it's really powerful, and it's a scary thing. I've done it before, to come up in front of the board. I don't know if you were scared. I was terrified. So I just want you to know that I appreciate it, and thank you.
And as a person who took years and years of French, I felt your passion, and je m'appelle Michel. I got all the dialogues down. I can still. Michel on, vous travaillez. No. Anyway, thank you. Thank you as well.
Thank you. Oh, and then we have rearranged our agenda, and we do our roll call before we convene into closed session. So I neglected to introduce our two Intercity Student Council members that have joined us at the 6 o'clock. Jamie Barbian, who's our Intercity Student Council President from West High School, and Noah Becker, also from West High School. At this point, we will have a report of the Board of Canvassers for the Green Bay Area Public School District. I assume, Andrew, you have that ready?
Okay.
Thank you.
We, the undersigned, certify that we are members of the Board of Canvassers for the Green Bay Area Public School District. We certify the attached tabular statement of votes cast and summary statement of the Board of Canvassers, canvassed and prepared by us, are correct and true as compiled from the Green Bay Area Public School District Deputy Clerk. We further determine and certify that the following persons received the greatest and the next to greatest number of votes for the respective office for which each was a candidate on April 2nd, 2019. For the office, Green Bay Area Public School District School Board Member, Eric Vandenheuvel, Christina Shelton, Brenda Warren.
Thank you, Andrew. And we want to personally, and I'm sure the rest of the board, like to welcome Eric, our newest board member. So welcome to the table. Glad to have you here. And next is our election of school district officers and the secretary to the Board of Education. I would entertain a motion for the election of president first.
I would nominate Brenda Warren.
I'll second that.
Don't need nominations, would need a second, but.
Oh, all right. Sandy.
Why?
Oh, hold on.
May I have a- I just want to bring up something. I know the votes are here for this, so I'm not looking to debate the nomination. But I am looking to maybe ask us all to rethink possibly on a few things that the president typically has been in charge of. You know, board policy-wise, it doesn't seem to be state law, but board policy-wise, the president and vice president, they set the agenda with the superintendent. And speaking for myself, but I'm not alone, but I'm speaking for myself on this. In this last year of being on the board, there were times that I was very frustrated with trying to get an agenda heard, presented to the public, going through the process that we have per the board policy. And I feel that if I'm going to go along with this nomination, I'm really hoping that this will change what surrounds the agenda building. I think it's very important to remember that when a board member comes typically with an agenda topic, it's not this person that just drafts something up in the air themselves. They're being sent from the community, they're being sent from families, sometimes students, sometimes educators, staff in the buildings. And there were too many instances since I've been on the board where it took far too long, even following the process, to be heard, the agenda item to be heard at the table. So I'm hoping that that improves if the leadership stays the same. I'm also asking that the opening statement that we make in the beginning of a board meeting, where we actually talk about, the chair, the president, talks about the expectations of the crowd or the public. I'm asking us to think about that we need to be more consistent with this, because we talk about the laws, we talk about the forms of how to get to the agendas, and then we talk about that we can't speak to the public if it's not noticed on the agenda, and that's all true. But then there's a comment that we read that talks about demonstrations during public comments are prohibited, but I think it happened this evening even, frequently, we're telling the public, who we work for, that you can't make any demonstrations, which I don't think most people will. On occasion, if that does happen, I think that's part of what the chair's job is to rally people back. But we can't sit at this table and direct the public to not demonstrate during public comments, yet we are allowed to do that ourselves. Mm-hmm. And we have actually done that on a regular basis. Whether it's an administrator that's been hired, we stand, we clap. Something's presented, we clap. We're allowed to be very celebratory ourselves, but we lay out the law right off the bat to the public. And I've been told and asked to discuss this tonight, that it's actually very off-putting, it's not engaging. It sends a message that you don't trust the public. So I'm really hoping, if the leadership stays the same, that we're able to look at that and actually think about what that actually means in the message that we're sending. So I'm hoping, those are the two concerns that I have. Those are the two things that I'm really looking for changes with. Obviously, we're not voting or anything on any of this, but I just wanted to put my comments out there and make sure people understand these are not just my comments. I asked for feedback when the election happened, and I was looking for people to let me know what they thought about board leadership in general. So those are things that I'm really, really very concerned about, more so the agenda building, but the consistency with what the board is allowed to do and the district is allowed to do versus the public. I think, people are grown-ups. We have a pretty amazing community, and I'm pretty sure that if people come to this room and they want to speak, and if somebody claps, I think we'll all handle it, especially considering we do it often. So I'm just hoping that is something we can seriously consider. Thank you.
Anybody else? Christina?
Yeah, so I just wanted to share a couple comments. I've been thinking about this because the president of the school board is a leader for us at the board table. And of course, running efficient meetings and collaborative board meetings is part of the job. But, we're seeing massive shifts locally at the state level and nationally around public ed. We see massive shifts within the needs of our communities and our staff and our families. We have big decisions that are going to be coming to this table over the next 1 to 3 years, heck, in the next 2 months, 2 to 3 months. And so, again, I know the votes are here for Brenda, I've just really been thinking about what I believe it's going to take and what I'm looking for in a school board president. We really need a fresh, dynamic, new vision to lead us. We have to improve the alignment of our priorities to the district strategic plan. This is something I've shared at the board table and also with board members as well. I also believe that we need to shift to an asset-based approach and govern with as much transparency as possible. We must understand and invest in breaking down the power systems that had limited some voices at this table and also many voices in our community. We have to understand that there is a power structure at play at this board table, in this room, in this building. We have to be able to name it and recognize it and start to dismantle it so we can get more people in this room. When we talk about we want people at the board table, there are reasons why they're not coming. And a lot of that has to do with power. And so if we want to see things differently, we have to do things differently. Some of the specific items I'd like to see addressed, agenda items. It should not take 2 to 4 months to get an agenda item on a board, at the board table. I think I've also talked too about we need to do a better job of ensuring that board members know when work is coming to the board table and when it comes up throughout the school year, especially for some of us that are newer. We also need a board president that's going to balance his or her priorities with that of the other school board members. We need a school board president that knows and is interested in investing in the team. Those of you that are sitting at this table with me have unique strengths, weaknesses, priorities, and skill sets, and I am invested in doing a better job as a board, learning about what those are, investing in each other, and figuring out ways that we can elevate what each person's priorities are, because I can't do everything, and neither can you. We need to improve our ability to practice consensus decision-making, and I want to clarify that building consensus does not mean that we all agree. Building a consensus means when we find solutions that everybody can get behind, and I truly believe we need to do a better job with that. I need a school board president that's going to keep us more regularly informed, that will elevate the collective power and presence of us, not only in this room, but in our community, that's invested in fostering creativity and innovation, that demonstrates a growth mindset and a willingness to try things differently. I'm looking for a president that's going to inspire us and that can delegate priorities and can delegate to us. Tell me what you need me to do. Give me the opportunities to exceed and empower me to take on things that I care about. We need a school board president that's going to actively and openly encourage school board members, community members, staff, and students to attend and participate in these meetings. Just as the French department came and talked tonight, we need more of that. We need people to come in and participate and advocate what they need in an open session. And then lastly, and I know I'm going on, the last thing I'll say is that we need a school board president that understands that the power at this table needs to be shared collectively by all. And by doing this, we will ensure equity not only at the board table, but we will be ensuring equity at the school district. Equity starts here. So if we expect that from the district, we need to do it at this table. These are all things that I think we all should embody, not just the president, and I'm committed to working on this and upholding it as an individual school board member, but I need to see this as a school board president moving forward. Because at the end of the day, the school board president is a leader, and these attributes are not specific to a president, but in all leaders that have to push a group forward when really important work is going to be coming down the pipeline.
Anyone else? Sandy?
Aye.
Shelton?
No.
Becker?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Sitnikau?
No.
Warren?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Carried 5-2. Entertain a motion for election of vice president.
I would like to nominate Andrew Becker.
Second.
There's no. Anybody else? Anybody like to say anything before we vote?
I would.
Okay.
I would echo everything I said related to the agenda, because I know that the board president and vice president and work with the superintendent to craft the agenda. I think it's important to really recognize that, for all the reasons I mentioned before, that we are coming to you with messages from the community when we need discussions in open session. And I want you to put a very big value on that. And that's extremely important to me with my personal board work. I've never not, veered from that, nor will I. So I'm hoping that that's part of the commitment that you're making as the vice president as well.
Becker?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
McCoy?
Carried 7-0. Next, I'd entertain a motion for election of treasurer.
I nominate Katie Maloney.
Any comments? Sandy?
Warren?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Sitnikov?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
Congratulations.
And finally, I'd like to entertain a motion for the election of clerk.
I'd like to nominate Laura McCoy.
Any comments? Sandy?
Shelton?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Becker?
Aye.
Carried 7-0. And then I'd entertain a motion for election of secretary to the Board of Education.
I would like to nominate Sandra Heller. Begging her.
I might vote for her.
Yes.
Sandy?
McCoy?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Michelle wants to vote.
Yeah, she agrees.
Michelle.
Sandy.
Yes, thank you, Sandy, for all of what you do for our board. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Sandy.
All right, then we have, the next agenda item is school board organization and related matters. We have appointed work session co-chairs. Now, our structure for this is different because of our posting rules that have, that we've changed how we're posting those. But we do have two people generally assigned to run the meetings for the, and communicate behind the scenes with making sure the agendas or the handouts and things are prepared, ready for the meetings. Right now, we have the work session co-chairs for monitoring reports is currently Rhonda and Laura. For organizational support is Andrew and Christina.
Yeah, I think it was moved.
And then
yeah,
it
moved
was,
to me.
for teaching and learning, it's Katie and was Ed, that's right.
Mhm.
And if this is the time, if you want to change that up, to request a different work group. Otherwise, if you're amenable, we'll put you in Ed's spot. But if there's other board members who would like to switch, we can take those.
I would like to do
consideration.
teaching and learning, but if you are like feeling passionate about it, I will honor that because I just talked about that. You choose what you want.
Yeah, I mean, teaching and learning would be the one that I would feel most comfortable on.
Okay. I'll let you take it. You go on with your bad self.
rock, scissors, paper. Good.
Yeah.
All right.
All
You're
right.
good. We'll just keep it.
Okay, so we'll move forward with
Pass that
those,
as three.
with the new position for Eric. Next is legislative liaison, and I know Laura has been doing that for 2 years now, and would like to continue. And if that's, we don't have to vote on that, but by consensus of the board, have her continue in that position.
I'm fine with that.
All right?
Can I just say one quick thing? I would like to support you in that work more this year, Laura, so maybe you and I can talk about that, but just wanted to share that.
Okay.
Okay.
And then CISA 7 liaison and representative to the annual convention. This is a position I don't know that we've had anybody the last
It's the position we
few
usually make the
years.
newest person do.
Yeah, and it's a, I can talk to you about it, what it is. It's at their annual meeting. Otherwise, we aren't as involved in the CISA 7 governance because we're so large that we don't rely on them for the same kinds of things that a lot of smaller districts do. So we don't have a member to the board, but we have sent somebody to their annual meeting, which is, it says here May 15th.
May 15th.
I can't read it, put my glasses on, May 15th.
Yes.
But I can talk to you about that later, unless there's somebody else who would love to go.
I can't go.
All right?
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Eric.
And then the WASB delegate and alternate, that just to let board members know that comes up. We don't assign that or select that person until we get closer to the convention, which is in January. So usually we start talking about that in September to see who's able to go to the convention and decide who our delegate will be. And then We have our Head Start representative, and Ed Dorff has been doing that. I know Laura has expressed interest in being the representative to Head Start, and I don't know if there's anyone else who would.
What does that entail?
You're basically the board liaison with the Head Start program. So they have you go to meetings. Sally Jansen will send information to the board. When they have audits, they need somebody that's available to be there for the board part of the audit. I know I've participated in that a couple of times when Mary Franz was the delegate. So it's basically somebody that's a little more intimately involved in the Head Start program and can provide information to the board as needed.
And it's
Although
mandated by the Head Start.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
going to ask what the reason for that particular
Because
appointment.
typically, we are all included in general Head Start activities.
Yeah, most of what we
Right.
need to know as a board, Sally brings,
Comes
you know, we
anyways.
see her a
Comes to the
lot at our
table.
board meetings, but,
I did talk to Ann Barsh about this already, and she asked if I would consider taking it on, so I said I would.
Cool. Thank you.
so, all right, that's okay, we'll put Laura in,
Okay.
in that position. Next is, the board consultant, and I would entertain a motion at this point for that.
I move that the board contract with Drew Howick Associates to provide facilitation services for 3 board retreats.
Is there a second? And I know there's some concern with this, disagreement. I put this in as a motion so that we would have the opportunity to vote. And it does not have to be the exact motion that we end up voting on, depending on our conversation. As I've wrote to board members already, Katie, Laura, and I were at the Wisconsin School Board Association meeting, or annual conference in January, and heard a presentation and learned about Drew Howick, has a business in terms of helping facilitate various groups. He works with school boards, nonprofits, corporations, things like that, and just helps in terms of group cohesiveness, setting common goals, kind of like what Rhonda and Christina were talking about in terms of streamlining and figuring out what the best way to set agendas, the best way to have us lead by consensus, and setting our board norms, working agreements related to those kinds of things. And so I've had conversation with him and drew up a contract so that we would see what that could look like. His work really would be around, like I said, the helping us to lead better as a board. Because as we look ahead, we're going to be looking for superintendent candidates coming up here probably, and working toward that beginning this fall. And how the board works together is critically important to superintendent candidates as they look to consider coming to our district. And I think that in order to recruit the best candidates we can and have the best candidate pool, that as a board we need to lead well, and we need to be a board that a superintendent says, yes, I'd like to come work with that board. I can see that together we can make good progress in this district. So that's the background behind this, and I'll open it up to comments or questions.
Okay, so for history purposes and for clarification and transparency on this, so this is money coming from which fund, and what's the budget? I know I had asked you to bring.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay.
So we have our our board budget for this year. We currently have we have in all of our budgets, we have a professional development line item, and that was $6,670. We currently have $2,680.
Can you read the first number?
$6,670. We currently have $2,680 in that budget. We also have about $28,000 because that we could tap into and this is out of our school board budget for non-capital equipment, because we budgeted $100,000 for our audiovisual equipment that we'll be getting this summer, and that's only costing about $65,000. So there actually is a remaining $35,000 in that particular budget. The proposed cost for these 3 sessions, it would be 3 meetings, 2 to 3 hours per meeting, it would be $1,500, and that includes his preparation time and the whole everything with that.
Is there a reason why the figure wasn't listed on the agenda?
No particular reason. Like I said, I put this on here so that we could vote. I didn't do it for.
No, I'm just wondering, so
yeah.
it's 1,500 for 3 sessions?
Yes.
1,500 for, you get 3 sessions?
No,
per
1,500
per
per
session. So
session.
can we say what the total would be?
$4,500.
Okay.
And that was in the letter I sent you.
And in the contract, I noticed that the contract states that room and board and travel is not included in the fee.
Right.
So there would be additional funds requested beyond the 4,500.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brenda,
Depending on when what the timing of it, I mean, he's coming from Madison, so he doesn't necessarily, he's not like he's flying in. It'd be a day trip to come up and go back.
But the point is, it could go, it's not necessarily a flat 4,500, it could be.
It could be, right, a couple $100 per trip, so $600 more dollars.
Times 3.
No.
No, I mean for
200
his.
Times
Yep.
3.
So could.
5,100.
So 5,100 is what we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Approximately, right.
Okay, so I have another question about that. So you had stated, well, actually, first, let's get to what's been spent. You said we had 6,670, so there's 2,600 roughly left. What was that, where was that money spent and what was it allocated to for professional development? Because I don't remember having a conversation about what we'd like to do with that money ever.
Well, we have policy regarding professional development, and I didn't bring a copy of it. And it essentially says that there's professional development money for board members to attend school board professional development.
Right.
So historically, the money's been spent at the January convention, the regional meetings that we have, and then I know Laura went to the legal meeting. We've spent it on the day at the Capitol, and also there are a wide variety of various WASB-sponsored events that are Leadership Institute. They have one on human resource, a summer Leadership Institute, various things, various opportunities for school board members to attend.
And who determines where that money is spent? Like who actually determines that these are the things we're gonna?
The school board, we do.
When did we do that?
Well, we haven't had a recent conversation about it.
Okay.
No one's brought it up.
I just wanted to make
so
sure I didn't
it's-
miss it.
Yeah, no, you didn't miss it. We talked about it, I think, probably 5 or 6 years ago, the last time we talked about it.
So these offerings or these selections you just listed that have accrued or the money's gone to, those were just things determined a while ago.
Well, the school board members are, it's open to be able to go to those.
Right, but I mean, just the fact that this is what the decision, this is what we're gonna spend the money on.
Right.
This is your option, this is
Right,
your other
right,
option.
right.
So that conversation hasn't happened for.
A long time.
Okay, I couldn't remember and I didn't think it had happened and, okay.
We talked, we talked at the last time we had this conversation, we talked about whether we wanted to expand the offerings to board members, to go to things that weren't necessarily directly related to being a school board member. So for instance, if we had one board member who wanted to attend a music conference, and we just decided that at that time that it's difficult to decide the nexus of a selected conference that you might go to for more personal edification, the nexus to your board role and your board position was more difficult to determine. So at that point, that's the decision that we made, was to keep it to things that are directly related to improving your knowledge and skill set related to being a board member.
Okay, so is it fair to say, and is it fair to state that we have funds that come to us that we can allocate towards professional development? But just so everyone knows, and it's on the record, so this motion to hire this facilitator was not a discussion, there was not a process or a discussion that happened with the board to bring this forward. Is it fair to say that then, because this is money, obviously that's not, we're independently elected, we're not elected as a board, we're independently elected. Is it possible to say that we actually could then take some of this, because there was, not that long ago, maybe a week ago, there was a conference on dyslexia. I would love to go as a board member and have a deeper understanding of that topic in general, because it's something I hear about from various community members and parents on a regular basis. And I feel personally that if I was able to go to something like that, I could be a more effective board member when it comes to discussions on that, even just how to relate to parents, because that's a very important part of my job is how I relate to the community, and the things that they're struggling with and dealing with, and to better serve them. I think to have a better understanding of that would be a great thing. So I'm hoping that we have this thing on the agenda, and we're supposed to vote on it, and we haven't had a discussion until now, and I'm hoping that we have a really very good discussion on this, because I believe that it's important to actually be able to, as independently elected individual board members who all serve in different capacity in different ways, which I think is healthy and amazing and important, especially to avoid groupthink, which can be disastrous. I think it's important that we actually are able to take some of this money and actually go to things that we are maybe, I'm hearing a lot about this topic, and I'm having a lot of meetings with parents, and it's a lot of concerns, and it's something in the community that's really, relevant. And if we have this money to do that, that would be so great to be able to say that I did that. I was lucky enough to be asked to go to see an author not that long ago, Ross Green, who struggles, or he deals with kids that are struggling. He's done a lot of writing a lot of books, done a lot of presentations with kids that are struggling with emotional behavior issues in schools, and we all know that those are pretty, significant things that are happening in our own schools. And it was really great to sit through that. And I consider that professional development, to be able to really receive that information and be able to have a better understanding of the community that I serve, the students, the families that I serve, and personally, that's what I see this money for.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, and like I said, we can talk about that as a board, and put it on the agenda. And
actually, I'd like to talk about that right now.
It's not that. Part's not on our agenda.
Well, what is exactly on our agenda, though? Because I feel like, we didn't really have an opportunity to discuss what we thought this professional development money would be spent on. And what I'm doing right now is I'm actually advocating on what I believe would be valuable to myself as a board member to be effective. I think it's important to be able to do that.
Right now, though, what is on the agenda is
I
whether
know.
or not we want to pursue this, and it's in the form of a motion to give us the opportunity to vote. I would agree with you that we need to put sooner than later on the agenda, because there was discussion, there has been discussion whether or not it's best to have a designated amount of money per board member.
Yes.
And the money, and some.
When did we vote on that?
That was prior to your time on the board.
Okay, so that's.
I think in the end we decided on an amount. We more or less, I think, had an amount that was the cost of if all 7 board members went to the state
State
convention plus a bit more for special circumstances and
Right.
just
Yeah.
kind of pick something sort of round.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we can't do better than that. I think we can, but I think there is some, if we're talking about the pot of money that is left that would allow for this motion to do this facilitator, I think it probably wouldn't be in order to make a motion to allocate $400 per member to go to conferences. And I think that would be too far off but to have some discussion, I think, of what's being weighed, I think is relevant
Yeah.
here. Obviously,
Mhm.
there's other things that wouldn't happen in the remaining time of this fiscal budget if this facilitator is hired with that remaining money than if we don't, so I think it's valid.
Right, because if there would have been an actual discussion about hiring this specific facilitator for these purposes, if that discussion would have actually happened before having and I just have to say, this is really interesting because it took 4 months to get something on the agenda just for discussion in the first place, right? And we never even got to vote on anything from that. There was no action taken. But it's just very interesting and ironic that we have something on the agenda that we have to vote on, that we haven't had a discussion on, and now you're trying to shut down that discussion. And I think it's really important that we are voting on something that we actually have vetted, especially when it's tax dollars, money that I didn't even realize we had. Someone decided this was it. This was the motion. This was coming to the table without any board discussion. And I think that's an interesting precedent to set, personally. I mean, if we can get a facilitator to come in and talk about that to us, I'd be more than happy to do that. But I think that it's important to make sure that we do get to discuss this because we're voting to spend money, roughly $5,100, and I don't know what you said about 30 grand somewhere. And the purpose of it. Because right now, it sounds like it's a board therapist based on what you've stated. And even if that's the case, if you're really looking for someone to come and be a board therapist, I'm pretty sure we can find some amazing people in our own community where we can keep the money local. Because, I'd like to know what do you actually see as a result? You said something about working and worrying about how the board works together, helping us be better leaders or lead better as a board. Walk me through what that looks like.
Well, I think we can't lead individually because we are a board of the whole. We have the decisions that we make, we vote on as a board. We give guidance to the superintendent as a board. And so if we aren't, and it doesn't mean, like Christina said, consensus doesn't mean we all agree all the time.
Right.
But it does mean that we are working together in the interests of what's best for kids, and we're doing it in a way that's most effective and doesn't cause increased work for everybody in the district office because they're answering to 7 different people.
And so what is that? So what is it like now? What is it like now compared to what you see happening after $5,100? What will the changes look like?
I think our agenda setting will be better. I mean,
Okay, do we really need, though, to actually hire someone at $5,000 to do that?
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
So I think the issue here, for me, is not spending the money on a facilitator. In fact, 5 months ago, I started talking about this and said, hey, I think we need some support to help guide us, to do some focused conversations, how to get us forward. The issue is the answer to your question is going to be different for everybody, and that's why having that conversation first before an agenda item comes forward for us to vote on a motion about hiring somebody is is, in my opinion, irresponsible. It was told to me that the intent was to expedite this, but in fact, it actually slows the process down. Because if we would have done the work as a board 3-4 months ago and started having these conversations, I know, Eric, we had the election and it's difficult to know what everyone was going to say, but if you talk to someone who does this work, they don't say, bring forward a contract and then figure out how to fit yourself into their box. The idea is to first prioritize as a group what you want to see, and then you go out and you solicit ideas. It was troublesome to me that I was very vocal about this for the past 2 to 3 months, saying, I am invested in this work. I've done strategic planning. I do facilitation. I know people in this community. This is something that is a priority to me. And then I found out last week that this was coming forward, and it felt as though my skills and my talents and my passion, which I just talked about, were not being elevated forward to be a part of the work. And so here we sit now, I'm not able to take a vote on this because I don't want to take a vote on something until I know what every one of you wants. That's how my brain works. What does everybody want? How does that look? And so when Brenda and I talked about it, she said, you can bring forward some suggestions, and I did, and everybody got a copy of this. It's called Top Facilitation. This is a woman in our community. Her name is Beverly Scow. She works for Wise Women Gathering, which is a local organization here. Top Facilitation is a facilitation around the country. We could hire this person or these people, these facilitators, as a part of the work, as an enhancement, as a step. In this contract, you'll see, or not this contract, in this brochure, you see all the things that they provide. I think it's important to look to our community and build capacity building and asset building and financially invest in our community. Beverly Scow and this organization is in our community. They can do this work for us. So I'm not against hiring a facilitator. I am troubled by the process and the system to how we got here. Because it's not effective, it doesn't expedite the process. And I don't know, I can't make a decision and vote on something until I know where everybody else sits and what their priorities are. The other thing I want to just say quickly while I'm speaking is the question about the professional development money. And the guiding question for me is, how are we ensuring that there's equity of access to professional development money? How are we communicating to our board members what money is available and what they have access to? And I think going beyond that, it's treating each other as professionals and recognizing that I think the community does trust us to solicit and look to professional development opportunities that are going to enhance our work at the board table, that we don't need to only go through one organization or one association for it to be of value. And I think we could simply come up with a process where, if we each have a certain amount of money, I actually think that's a good idea. If I get $500 for the year and I can spend it however I want, maybe I have to submit something in writing that says, hey, this is how it connects to our strategic plan. Yeah. Here's the relevance. That's a little paragraph, and the board approves it. I think that could be a really easy line item, but my needs are different than yours. And I think we have to recognize that there's an equity issue here. And we should be a little bit more flexible because there's a lot of good opportunities out there, and I am worried, deeply worried, that we are pigeonholing ourselves into decisions that are being made away from the board table with some board members, and it feels as though that's coming forward to the board without consensus and collective voice.
Laura?
In preparation for the meeting tonight, I went back and I revisited the staff survey from last year. And that was really instructive. I read all the comments that pertain to just the school board. There's some themes, as you can imagine, but the one that I was most struck by was how often some of our employees spoke very strongly about the behavior of some of the people on our school board. They didn't name any names, and so it's hard to know for sure. But this is an important thing to pay attention to. If our staff is looking at our school board and they're saying, what is going on? Why are you so divided? Why are you talking about our teachers and our district in such a terrible way publicly? This was mentioned over and over and over again. And that really resonates with me. And I am eager for this facilitator. I've seen him in action in front of a lot of people, and I like him. And I personally, as an individual board member, want more professional development all the time. I seek it from our staff, I seek it from principals, teachers, any way I can. And I'm looking for a better way for us to work as a team. And I think it's desperately needed. And now that we have our new board member and things have been settled, it's time to take that step. And I support this. And that's all.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you open to looking at other facilitators who?
Yes.
So you're not, so you would be open to holding on this vote so that we can look at other facilitators? Because I don't know this person like you do. So your knowledge of his work and how I don't have that. So I would be, but that's what I'm saying, I don't either. But I would like for us to take the time to look at some other options so that I can look at this person and that, so that we could collectively say, like, what is the best menu of options for us? Because I absolutely agree with you.
But I think there's a benefit in having some separation between our board and the people at this board who are out in the community all the time and know a lot of people. Green Bay is a small town. Having an entity that has no connection to Green Bay or anybody in our community to facilitate this work, I see that as a huge benefit. So that's why I would be more likely to vote for someone outside of our community.
So let me ask you this, though. If they're professional facilitators, they come in, that's their job, though, is to work with removing as much bias as possible to do their job. I mean, this person does this in this community all the time with companies and organizations.
Do they have a background with school boards?
No, they don't, but
that's important, don't you think?
But that there may be a piece to the facilitation that doesn't require there to be a background with school board. And I think that that's actually an enhancement that could provide some shifts and pivots that could open up a new way of thinking.
I think it's absolutely essential that they have experience with a school board,
well,
or school boards.
And maybe we could ask her. I don't know if there's many top facilitators in here, but again, I'm just simply saying I don't think we should make a decision until we consider the options. And maybe she does. I actually shouldn't say she doesn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's also a benefit to someone who actually does know the community and maybe has more understanding of why we're coming from where we're coming from as a board as well. Just maybe consider that. Something where someone who doesn't know and is from this area and not this area, they don't know the community enough to know maybe why our positions are the way they are, why they're there, how we arrived at them. Because if the understanding isn't there, I'm not sure how that's effective in the first place. Otherwise, it's just a blanket, criteria of what you're going to work on. If you don't have understanding of the community, I'm not sure how that works on something like that, personally.
I do think that Drew could address several of the things that you both listed when we were doing the officer elections. And I think he could do it very
Yeah, and again, I don't have a
well.
problem. I want to hire a consultant because I think we need an outside person to guide us. I just think that it's important to consider investment in our local community and I think diversifying the people that guide us and thinking about who those best people are. I don't know if he's the best person to do all of it. I also don't know what all of it is because we haven't even drilled down what that even means. And I love the idea of financially investing in our community. This is a woman of color. She runs a local organization. We talk about this stuff all the time. This is an opportunity to invest.
So
Especially
yeah.
when we're looking for someone to actually help us be effective board members, I feel like it's a no-brainer that you want someone who understands the community. Because they understand why we're passionate about something, why we maybe have turf wars and other issues, maybe why we come to disagreement so often on one topic, because they live and breathe it. They're here in our community, they understand. I just feel like that's worth considering as well. Rather than a random person that, and not to mention, she has a vested interest in our success as well. He doesn't, other than the monetary piece of it. She would, because her service to the community, she's doing this all the time. And maybe it hasn't been with school boards, but it looks like she's still doing focused conversation methods, consensus workshop method, which includes capturing a group's best thinking, rational intuitive thoughts, dealing with diverse ideas, resolving turf wars, divided camps. There are still things that, these are all very similar, but she's in our community. We're going to put the money back and truly engage in our community like we keep saying we want to. I would just wonder about that in general. And it's not on the table, but I think we've made it clear that it should have been, because we didn't discuss this. So I'm hoping we can table this, and we can hold it, and we can seriously consider doing this in a way that we actually truly engage in our community at the same time. It's like win-win.
So I know I'm the new guy, and don't necessarily have all of the background and things that happen behind the scenes. I've been sitting in the audience for the last 4 months or so. I would agree with everything that Rhonda and Christina shared about what we kind of want to do as a board, having our priorities, agenda items. Agree with that. What I would say is that we've got a culture and a climate issue on our school board, and I hear it, heard it for the last 4 months from the people sitting in the audience mumbling under their breath. I heard it from the constituents that I talked to on the campaign. I'm 100% in agreement that we need to bring somebody in to facilitate some of these conversations, because if we don't think that our impact because of our culture and climate doesn't impact our teachers, our administrators, and our students, we're wrong. I mean, we need to fix this. Also, the ability to attract the best candidate to be our next superintendent. We need to get our house in order if someone is going to look at us and say, I want to come and be a part of that team, because that's really what we're looking for. We have an opportunity to hire, not elect, hire somebody to be a part of our team. So finding the best person to do that, I see both sides of the argument, whether we have somebody local that helps that. One question I would ask is just prior relationships. If you're friends with somebody and ask them to come in and facilitate, does that put a bias towards, if I brought my college roommate in to facilitate, it might be a different experience for the rest of you. So I would want to think on both sides of those issues. I don't know if this is something that we can ask our community for, and can we get other options. The information that I was provided about Drew looks really strong, looks really promising, and I think he would do a great job. If there's somebody else in the community who can present information and work that they've done, I'd be willing to listen to that too. Again, not putting emphasis on I want somebody local or I don't want somebody local. I want the best person to come in and help facilitate this conversation so that we can get this fixed, and I want it to be done soon, because every day that goes by that we're not operating efficiently and effectively has a negative impact on kids. And we need to get that fixed. So whatever we decide to do, if we table this or we vote on bringing Drew in, I want to get it fixed, and that's my top priority.
Andrew?
So I don't know much about either of these facilitators, and I didn't go looking for. I didn't do independent research for facilitators. I wanted to hear what was going to be said here tonight. So I guess a couple things come to mind for me is, first of all, I think I give a great deal of weight to the concept of if even one other board member feels something's valuable and is a pretty relatively small item compared to the scope of the budget as a whole, I'm inclined to support that. So we have 3 board members who very much liked a particular facilitator, but we also have some other viewpoints that maybe a local facilitator is better. Is this kind of pricey for a, there's a there's a large price difference between Drew and this facilitator, although this, I think there's probably more experience on Drew's side too. So, but I think my concern is that what for me would not be a good, and I'm not saying that this will happen, and I've talked to I talked to Brenda about this. I talked to Michelle about this. I don't want to. There are facilitators. I'm not saying Drew is one of them, but there are. If you look at the literature that comes out from certain organizations, they are advocating for a specific leadership management style, which I'm open to a better word if someone has one, but I would call it hands-off. Set broad policy and let administrators act in accordance with those. I'm not interested in a facilitator advocating for a hands-off model or for a hands-on model, by the way. And I hope that wherever I'm worried that there is I acknowledge and respect that there are people who have different leadership styles on the board, just like people come from different expertise. I sometimes don't understand why someone prefers to govern from 37,000 feet when I like to do it from 4 or 5, and others like to do it with boots on the ground. But I do respect those, and I don't know that there's anything that needs to be fixed if in there being different leadership styles and some different priorities. I also am a little concerned that. So I've looked into this, and I've tried to find out like where we fit on the scale, and are there times we could do things better, more efficiently, or be more considerate about. I suppose I think we can sometimes, but I look at meetings gone wrong that I've seen out there. You can find them on the internet, and I don't think we're anywhere close to that place either. So I'm not interested in a facilitator telling me too much about what to fix, although if there are some reasonable areas to make things work better, I'm certainly okay with that. I'm wondering too, I think we probably need I guess I'm just kind of wondering what happens next year, as well as the thought that something would be, that this would come back in if it is postponed, it would come through the regular May meeting cycle, or would we put it on the May 6th agenda as a voting item, hoping to start sooner. I'm also open to maybe we have 3 retreats facilitated by people, and it's not necessarily all by the same facilitator. That's something I would be open to as well. If it's good to have some different viewpoints, there's a downside to that too. So but I don't think, for me, I don't, if, I would not want to see a facilitator come in with the goal of fixing the fact that we are independently elected with some differences in priorities, especially when I think if you really look deep down, the differences are probably not very far apart in terms of priorities, and probably have more to do with style, style and speed of change, probably. So that might have been kind of a nothing burger, I guess, in the end. But it's I don't disagree. I don't disagree with I don't disagree with anyone's perspective, whether it's those who think going right ahead with Drew might be a good idea, or stepping back and considering others might be a good idea.
So my suggestion would be for us to have a separate soon retreat, hour and a half, where we get together in a room and we talk about what we do want to prioritize in these sessions. We can have a guided conversation. We can have some consensus building. We can find a place where everybody has what they want as part of the solution, and we can prioritize them and say, okay, now who can do these pieces? Maybe this gentleman can do 2 of them. And by the way, I'm not like friends with this person, nor have I done like a deep dig into any of this. I just brought this as an example of that there are other good facilitators out there. So I think, to me, I'm not going to vote yes on something until I feel like we have a really clear sense of what we want, because if we don't do that, we're going to be wasting money, because for the outcome to be valuable, the process has to be valuable. Consensus building starts at the beginning, not at the end. And I don't think we have a consensus of what we want. And I agree, I think sooner rather than later, but I'm not running to the finish line if the finish line is just going to continue to move, and I'm not going to be successful anyways. And Brenda, I had a question for you. The money has to be spent by July 1, but we don't have to have the sessions done by July 1. We could.
You can't prepay.
Oh, you can't prepay. Okay, so it'd have to be done by July 1. Okay, good to know. So, yeah, we do need to expedite the process.
Yeah, and in an ideal world, like I said, I feel a huge sense of urgency that we get ourselves in a better place so that we're more effective. I didn't want to have these conversations with a board member who was leaving. And, in hindsight, I suppose we could have asked him not to participate. But it felt like so I made a judgment call. I thought that by providing the information much earlier than we usually do when we have an agenda item would help. Obviously, that was incorrect. And, but that was my reason for timing it like this, because I feel as if we need to accomplish this work before the middle of the summer so that we can enter the phase of starting our process of looking for a superintendent with a lot more consensus and agreement as to how we're going to move forward as a board.
I just would like to thank the board for this conversation, and I would like to share what I'm hopeful for to help us as we move forward in the next year, to recognize that it's very critical to know from a consensus perspective what the board priorities are within the framework, because I know John and Vicki, we've been working very hard with the team, many who are sitting here tonight, to make sure that we are responsive. Our responsibility is to carry out the board's mission. And in order to understand, I believe strongly, and we believe strongly, that every single person has a shared moral purpose around ensuring the success of each and every child we serve. But it isn't always clear to us as we move forward what the moral imperatives are to go forward. So that would be extremely helpful for us to have the board by midsummer, as we don't The concern that we have is, and this is a different concern than what you've talked about, is the recognition as we do our school success planning and look at the 4 district priorities within those frameworks, just so we understand exactly where the board wants us to go. Sometimes it doesn't always fit with where we've started to go, so we want to make sure we're responsive to the collective board around consensus. So I appreciate that discussion.
I do think it's important to note that we've never actually sat down. You know, it's not like we've attempted to do this and it was a disaster and now we have to bring in someone to help us do this. Just so everyone understands, since I've been here, we've not sat down and discussed priorities. This has not happened. So it's not like it has and we can't figure it out, and then now we're having to hire a consultant. But just so people know, it's not like we have not attempted to do this since I've been here. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
It's the only thing that I think that part of this is about priorities. I think we could do that work. I think, to me, again, mostly outside observer, is just process, interaction, how do things get done. We certainly could sit in a room for an hour and talk about priorities, and I don't know if that needs to happen before or after, because we all have our own individual passions and things that we want to talk about. To me, again, looking from the outside in and talking to people, it's more about processes and procedures that I'm interested in having a guided, facilitated discussion around. And I don't know if I would want the 7 of us, I want all of us to be active participants in that, not somebody who's trying to guide that. But I agree with you on the priorities piece. I don't think that's the hard part. I think it's acting on those that we need to get figured out.
Yeah, we're going to have to suspend the rules. 'cause
Motion to
I didn't
suspend the
post.
rules?
Is there a second? Yeah, well, I wanted to wait for us to have our.
Well, I just felt bad
fin-
that
I
she was
know.
standing there.
I know, but the way we do public engagement is to have our board discussion first and then engage the public, so, but I'm fine with it now. I was getting ready to call the question. So we have a motion to suspend the rules, and was there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Sandy?
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy?
Aye.
Shelton? Aye. Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Okay. Oh, sorry, you need a microphone.
It's just a quick question.
Oh, okay, well, we still need to,
My teacher voice. Go ahead, use the
yeah,
mic,
no,
'cause
you're the one who always
whining
tells us we need.
about not hearing well. I don't need a
So we need
microphone.
people to hear you in the
I
back.
just want to know, for the sake of the public out here, we don't understand, well, I don't, so I'm sure other people don't. Is there a budget line item per year for professional development for the board that's the $6,670
That's, yes.
per
That's
year?
That's the line
Okay,
item.
that's all it was. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry to make you wait so long.
So I just have a question
Okay.
about that as well. So if this is something so we get this budget every year for this amount, and this is $5,100, and we have a new board possibly every year, are we setting a precedent where we spend a pretty decent chunk of money out of this budget on facilitation for this?
We haven't done this.
We haven't done this since.
This isn't a yearly.
Okay, that's not what I asked. But that's not what I asked. I
No,
asked
we're
if
not
we
setting
would.
a precedent.
We don't do it
That's
every
what I'm
year.
wondering.
Right. We haven't been doing it.
But
every
if,
year.
okay,
This
but
is
if
a
we have a
one-time-
but if the idea and the reason is because we have a new board and we have to be
No, I think back to what Eric said, I think it's our job right now, we don't function well. It's our job to figure out how to do that better. So, if we have new board members come and we're still, we are working well together, and then there's no reason to have this kind of professional development. I lost my train of thought. Because there are opportunities, a lot of the school board conventions that you go to have sessions on the various aspects of being a board member, including they hold the new board member orientation, which I know Eric went to. That's another place. So it's not like this is the one and only time to learn about, if you're a new board member, to learn about what it means to be a board member. This is really directly related to the fact that we aren't functioning as well as I think we can.
Wait, there was a new board member orientation?
Yes.
What?
I got an email to me from WASB when I was
Oh.
still campaigning. I don't know.
Right.
They told me you weren't considered a new board member.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Curious.
I did.
So, but
They
anyways, I
should.
just asked that because
They
I do
should.
think that that's part of one of the things we can improve
Yeah.
on too, is communicating about opportunities that are coming up and just really being clear about that. Because
WASB sends flyers on a fairly regular basis. Board, do you guys get those?
no.
You don't get them?
Yeah, no. Okay, so in fairness though, and I encourage, I think it's good for board members to seek out,
It's going to my junk or something.
training and development but the WASB new board member orientation, unless something has changed dramatically, does advocate for a particular style of management. It talks about, which is what I guess I would say is more of the hands-off management style. It draws on, I think it goes into some things like John Carpenter's work and so forth. So again, I don't, if someone feels again that governance from 47,000 feet model is a good model, or if they learn to, or if they go to that and take, decide, okay, these parts of this training make sense with my leadership style and these don't, that's cool. And I don't begrudge anyone going, but it is, I would say that I am pretty convinced that it does advocate a particular management style a particular leadership style pretty strongly. So I still wouldn't stop someone from going to it if they wanted to, but
There's a philosophy through which they do their work of their understanding of governance, and
Yes.
that's okay, but it is a philosophy.
right, it is it is a philosophy, and when it comes down to it, there's I don't want to be repetitive from before. I just want to be careful that there is, I think that sometimes things are presented by groups in a way that this is the thing to learn what you are supposed to do as a new board member, and really there's a few important things that you can't do, and otherwise the door is fairly wide open. You can't speak on behalf of the district for something the board didn't act on. You can't individually direct an employee to do an action that the board hasn't acted on, but other than that, there's not much you can't do.
And it's worth mentioning that this person that's in the motion is a member of WASB. So that's potentially the lens. It would be hard to dispute that.
He's not employed by the WASB.
Nope.
He just has a membership.
Right.
As part of his work.
That's what I said. He has a membership.
He's an individual member?
He's
Yes.
a membership.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that if you weren't. I thought only boards could be an actual member. There's an individual category? Okay.
All right, so in the interest of this board meeting not lasting until 3 in the morning, I think we need to do something and either table a motion, vote on the motion, whatever you want to do, but I think we are ready. We've talked enough to move forward.
I'd like to make a motion to hold this for a few weeks to be able to look into other possibilities, potentially in our community and
Or around the state.
around the state, just in general, especially considering this is the first time as a board we've discussed this topic. And I think, it's tax dollars we're spending, and with the interest of transparency and to make sure that we are, as Christina has mentioned, coming into this, it's kind of like, I guess I can look at it as it's kind of like going into rehab, right? We need to be all kind of in, right? And that we've vetted the time that we would be given to vet other potential candidates to do this facilitation, I think it's important to say that we did that and that we did consider. It is important for me that we consider someone locally. There are plenty of people that do this.
I was gonna say, is that like kind
This
of
is
a
like a
motion to-
3-paragraph motion.
I'm explaining.
I know, but you
motion.
need to make
You
the
need to
motion,
make the
second
motion,
it,
Okay.
and
someone
then you
has to
can
second
explain
it,
it.
then it can be
Motion to
discussed.
table the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
So, indefinitely, or?
No,
do you-
explain for a
So
few
do-
weeks to be able to.
Until the
The regular May meeting cycle?
May
Um,
6th.
Sure.
Bearing in mind that we still have to be able to schedule 2 or 3 sessions before the end of June.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say,
So we could bring it forward as a vote on the 6th, this is in a special board meeting.
Right.
right, so that's.
Just gives
okay.
us a little bit more time.
So your
So-
motion is to postpone consideration of this until the 6th?
The 6th,
Sure, that sounds good.
okay.
So, but in the meantime,
Right.
if we do some more research and we find 5 consultants who we all think are good, are we looking to then get consensus on?
That's the question. What do we do in the interim?
Yeah, I mean. it seems like
Another
it's
option
complicated.
is to commit to this one, and I'm not saying we wouldn't pursue others as well, because I'm not certain this is a 3-session makeover.
Does every facilitator require 3 sessions?
No.
No. So it's entirely possible that we don't have to commit to 3 between May 6th.
How does the contract read?
Well, I didn't change it, nobody signed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that facilitators regularly have multiple sessions because they require the people that they're dealing with to do some homework and to,
Yeah.
take work home and, set priorities and things like that. So multiple sessions is pretty common.
It's actually illegal to prepay for services?
A deposit could be appropriate, but not 100% with the services.
Okay, so what about a situation where there's some payment for a series of services and some of the services happen before, I mean, there's, okay,
We can't pay it all out.
okay.
Unless you completed those services by the end of the year. Either way, it'll be a small amount to carry over. I don't think that should.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the amount, the dollar amount is tiny in a $200 million budget. I think it's entirely philosophical, but it's an important philosophical point, I think, about unspent money because we might cut okay.
Well, and based on what Erica is reporting from the audience.
Those people specifically.
From the audience, no,
You can't
that, I
speak for
mean,
the audience.
I think we need to do this sooner than later.
I just want to point out, though, that if we had been talking about this 2 months ago, when we knew that there was money and we knew that there was interest in this, we wouldn't be put in this position. And this is where it's really challenging for me. Because we're here because the process has not been set up to get us to a place tonight where we can be successful. So it just further begs the point, or, drives the point that we need to do this work. But again, had I known 2 months ago that we had money and that this was a priority for us to bring somebody in, we would not be sitting here because we could have had more information at the table. I know that I'm just saying the same thing over again. It's just really frustrating because we did this to ourselves. Now we're in a position where we have to make a decision because we're running out of time. It doesn't have to be this way.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Pardon?
Motion is to
To postpone till May
What do we
6th.
do in the
May
what do we do in the
6th,
midterm, in the interim? What are we doing? Are we sending suggestions? Are we prioritizing an email? What's the plan? Yeah, please.
Okay.
You've already discussed this at an open session, and this, I would strongly caution against emailing about this
Oh, I'm
because
just-
you're gonna create a walking farm. So if you have suggested candidates, I think I would send them to Sandy, and Sandy can then send them out to the entire board, so that you're not creating a walking forum and violating open meetings rules.
Love it.
All right. Sandy?
Maloney?
Aye.
Warren?
No.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy?
No.
Shelton?
Aye.
Carried 5-2.
Sandy, when would you like us to email that information to you?
Well, if we're having a vote on a special board meeting on
It's in 2 weeks.
2 weeks,
So that would be,
End of the week.
end of this week,
so priorities and other, like,
just consultants, right?
Just consultants, I think.
but what about topics? I mean, we,
Oh.
I mean,
Well,
if
we
there's
can-
anything in particular.
Topic is a wrangler.
And we can talk about it. I don't know, what's the board want to do, topics and consultants, or?
Well, I think it becomes kind of intertwined
Yeah.
because,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if anyone feels passionately about a topic, I guess they can just email it to Sandy with that information.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a conversation,
Yeah,
so we
yeah,
can talk
yeah,
about it.
okay.
2 weeks. All right. Okay, so board compensation policy, this is, sorry, I'm far behind on my clicking here. Okay. So the board members get paid, we've been paid the same amount since I've been on the board. I don't know when it was switched sometime from a per diem to a yearly salary.
Yeah.
95,
Yeah.
96.
So,
I mean, 90,
and I'm
Yeah,
proposing, we've had this conversation probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 times in my board tenure and have never been able to bring ourselves to give ourselves a raise. And I, in the interest of time, I'm wondering if we can just put this off until another meeting. I don't think it's necessarily urgent. When does our board budget have to be finalized?
We're working on this.
Soon.
Soon?
They were due Friday, right?
All
The
right.
reason it was on this agenda is the board policy says that we review it in April.
We review it in April.
Yeah, and so, anyway, so the question always comes up about this is our policy for compensation. We do have an item, our next item is on the board budget. And I don't know if anyone has an appetite for discussing a raise or if we keep
Is that on the table?
Board budget is, yeah, it will be.
yeah, I'll move to postpone discussion of board member compensation to the May regular meeting.
Second.
Okay. Sandy?
McCoy?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
And then our board budget, we, basically, there's not a lot in our budget in terms of line items. Our contract, or our salary, and the other thing that's attached to that are the first 6 items. We have primarily what we need to decide is our professional development budget, if we want that to be continued the same. And I know we've had some conversation. I would propose that we have conversation about how to spend that money at a later time. The question right now is, do we want to keep that line item the same, which is $6,670? which basically provides enough money for every board member to go to the annual convention. That's how we've set that before. And, but like I said, it's how we spend it, we certainly can have conversation about that.
I'm gonna move to postpone this one as well to the May regular meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
The rationale is that we're having this discussion about facilitators, right? So if we wanna do facilitators, or maybe we'll decide we wanna do facilitators, but not do it all this year, but make sure we're authorizing enough money, and I'd hate to have locked us in now to something then that we can't decide in a certain way on.
Okay.
On the 6th.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Sandy?
Edgar?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Sheldon?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
McCoy?
Aye. All right, let's see. Next, we have board structure and meetings. The school handouts, oh, sorry, so the first one is the school assignments, and Sandy has that list as an attachment. Are there any comments or questions about that? That's a rolling assignment, so.
Can I say, does this change? It changes every year. It rotates. So okay, cool. I like that.
And then the next one is our board meeting calendar and meeting times. There's a few, normally we meet the first and third Monday of every month. There's a few changes in there for Labor Day. Usually around, December, we've got first and third this year. And then
July.
And then July around missed that one. 4th of July, so it's the 15th and 22nd. And then April, we have the big break so that our new, if we have a new board member, they can attend the regular board meeting in April. They wouldn't be able to do that if we met on the third Monday. So that's our schedule. I don't know, does anyone have any comments about that? Otherwise, I guess the main question is, we changed our structure for having closed sessions before our board meetings starting at 6. I think we did that 4 months ago or so. And the question is, do we want to continue with that schedule? Does everybody like that schedule? No concerns?
I think it needs, I know there's occasional special circumstances, but having had 2 of these now, I mean, I've arranged, my work schedule around, 5 being able to start for closed session. I'm just a little concerned that we get, if there's 1 or 2 4 o'clocks a year, that's fine, but it just doesn't leave any room for error, and I think hopefully 5 o'clock should work most of the time.
Well, then the way we can do that is just to not try to get everything done in our closed session and agree to meet after the meeting. If that's amenable to the board, then we'll just stick to 5 o'clock and we'll have our closed session meeting after our board meetings also.
I think unless something is of a whole separate meeting by itself, that it's a special board meeting closed session, I would prefer that standard closed session items just be a 5 o'clock start.
Okay, with the understanding that probably most of the time it
hasn't been most of the time since we started this though.
Well,
I'd say less than half.
Well, that's because, we've had 2 of them that started at 4.
The majority
And then
have been at
the other
5.
2 or 3 were at 5, yeah.
And we didn't go back in, so
No, we
it'll probably be
didn't.
about 50-50.
So,
So,
right.
okay.
Yeah, it won't happen all the time, but. Okay, and then, let's see.
Hey Brenda, can I just say something
Sure.
real quick about the calendar? I just want to give the board just a real quick update that I will not be here in the May 20th school board meeting. I scheduled a family vacation before I knew I was going to be on, so
Okay.
I won't be here.
All right. Sandy.
Just giving you a heads up.
Note of that. All right.
Maybe this coming May.
Yeah, May
Yeah.
20th, yeah.
A month. All right, let's see. I'd entertain a motion under minutes.
I forgot.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, then we have monitoring reports. That will be facilitated by Laura McCoy.
Okay, we're going to get an update on dual language education. People have been waiting patiently.
you.
That's French. Anna, you're German.
Sorry, we'll recenter in a minute, but I needed the microphone to start with. Just wanted to say that the area of dual language, bilingualism, biliteracy, and biculturalism is very important to our students and our district. It's been a central part of my career as an educator. I lived and taught in Mexico, pursued a master's degree in bilingual education, and taught language methods classes at Gonzaga University. I mention this not to talk about my career, but just to let you know how vital it is and how important it is that we consider the needs of all of our bilingual learners as we move forward as a district. Our efforts on ensuring that all students in bilingual education reach proficiency in both English and Spanish, and that the voices of our students, parents, teachers, and community are listened to are folded into our efforts that we'll be sharing with you today. My confidence in Claudia Orr, Mike Fries, Nancy Chartier, Linda Tetsky, as well as Ann Zernicke and her staff from Eisenhower Elementary are very strong, my confidence in them. They have not rested on their own experiences, however, in seeking our path as a district. They've sought to seek input from a wide variety of experts, culminating in attendance at La Cosecha, the National Bilingual Education Conference in New Mexico this past fall. The direction we're heading as a district is aligned with the best thinking around bilingual education today. And I'd like to turn the mic over to Claudia Orr.
Hola, buenas noches, ¿cómo están?
Bien.
Good evening.
Me llama Escatita.
Sí. Thank you, John. I'd like to start by also sharing my experience. I have approximately 22 years in the field of bilingual education. I have served as a bilingual teacher, assistant principal, and bilingual principal, as well now in my role as Associate Director of Bilingual Education, as well as being a bilingual student. So I am a product of bilingual education, and very passionate about this work and the kiddos that we work with every single day. So why bilingual education? We get that question asked a lot. First of all, we are governed by state statute, which is one of the primary reasons why we have bilingual education. So we're governed by state statute, and we follow DPI administrative code. We also follow the Board of Education policy and practice, and as a Department of Teaching and Learning, we serve the Board of Education, our community, and our students. So we have a moral obligation to serve our kiddos and stay abreast to the most recent research-based practices that are rigorous, that are meeting the needs of our bilingual learners that are coming to us even still today. So we have received over 70 new students that have previously have left our school district, have come back, or they are new to the country. So we are abreast on the best practices and current research to serve our very diverse learners. It is also our obligation, and we do a pretty good job as a department, to keep our principals current on best practices for bilingual education. And if you were to walk into one of our classrooms in our schools in a bilingual dual language program, you will not only see that we are teaching the child in their first language, we do the heavy lifting in their first language because that's where they have background knowledge. However, at the same time, we are expecting the students to perform in English simultaneously. So that model has been changed. We are following best research and practices. Previously, as a bilingual student, we sheltered instruction. I was a sequential bilingual learner, where back then I won't tell you exactly how many years ago, but many years ago, the research showed that teachers should not teach students more than one language at once, because you would confuse the child. We know better today, and research continues to show that's a misconception. Kids are able to learn more than one language since birth, and there's more and more research that is proving that. That said, we need to make sure that in our classrooms that we're not only exposing children to Spanish instruction, but we're holding them to high expectations. We are expecting our students to listen, speak, read, and write in English every single day. That is why we call it a simultaneous bilingual model. That said, our research also tells us that it takes up to 7 to 10 years for the kids to become English proficient, and we should not be rushing English proficiency. Rather, we should be following the student. And like I mentioned previously, our kids are coming to us from different countries, they have different experiences, and we know that best practice is to follow the child. So we are doing that in our teaching and learning department. We need to make sure that we set the right conditions for student learning every single day. This next model shows you where we currently have our one-way or two-way bilingual or dual language programs. For those of you that are newer to bilingual education, we wanted to give you the visual as well as explain to you what a one-way and a two-way model are. So one-way model, it's basically the composite of the makeup of the class. So in a one-way model, what you will find if you were to walk into a bilingual school or dual language school is primarily Latinos or ELs. In a two-way model, the classroom makeup looks a little bit more different, where half of the students are Latinos or ELs, and then the other half are non-ELs. So that's the difference between the one-way and the two-way. Thank you. EL students refer to the English learner. So that's what we're referring to today. The dual language is the program. Currently, we have approximately 2,020 students enrolled in our 4K through 6th grade dual language program in the Green Bay Area School District. Our current reality. We wanted to be transparent with you and share with you what the longitudinal data is showing. So we used the Evaluación del Desarrollo de Lectura 2, which is our Spanish reading records. We use that to collect student data to see where they are reading in Spanish. In kindergarten, and this is data as of last year because we use this once a year to tell us where the kids are at reading in their first language. We also collected in English. I did not bring that data today, but I did bring the results of the forward exam because that also tells us where the kids are at as far as English proficiency. So our current data as of May of 2018, we had 49% of kindergarteners proficient in Spanish. We had 30% of first graders proficient in Spanish. 30% of our students proficient in Spanish in second grade. 32% proficient in third grade in Spanish. 49% proficient in fourth grade. And 56 of our students were proficient in Spanish in fifth grade. According to the forward exam, in third grade, we had 11% of our students proficient in English. In fourth grade, 20% of our kiddos demonstrated proficiency in English. And in 5th grade, 19% demonstrated proficiency. So that is what our data currently looks like right now. We do know that we have work to do, and we are working on that. We are also looking at our language allocation. And so right now we are a 90-10 model, meaning that 90% of the student instruction is in Spanish and 10% is in English. So right now we have a higher emphasis in Spanish versus English. We're also looking at our paired literacy component, meaning our students given the opportunities to listen, speak, read, and write in the other language, which in this case is English. Our current reality also is that we continue to face a shortage of bilingual teachers nationwide. Therefore, we are beginning to be more creative and maximizing our resources. So we are looking at every single one of our schools that has a bilingual program. We're taking a look at the enrollment and also taking a look to see if there is declining enrollment. And we do have one school that you are familiar with that has recently had, or not recently, but over the 2-3 years has had a decline in enrollment. So we are consolidating that program and maximizing our teachers and moving that program into a more of a school program versus a one-way track. Looking at our current reality, we know that we have to do some recalibrating of our program priorities, which are stated on this slide. We are paying closer attention and building a stronger foundation on literacy skills, not just in Spanish, but ensuring that those skills are being transferred to English on a daily basis. We are using the reading units of study, the writing units of study. We have added the phonics component, which was missing in our program, and being more strategic with what is being transferred to English. We are developing a more sustainable program that would give us a strong MLSS, multi-level system of support. Because we've had a shortage of bilingually certified teachers, we haven't had a solid MLSS. So we are working on that, making sure that the kids have a strong universal and the different tiers in place for our kiddos. So what I mean by that is having a coach accessible for our bilingual teachers, making sure that we have interventionists that speak the students' language so that they're able to support the students' skill set. We are making sure that our students who need bilingual that need to be enrolled in the bilingual program have access, and we're doing that by providing the language screener. When the students enroll in our program, we provide that language screener in both Spanish and English. But not just that, we are actually looking a little bit deeper at what the child is bringing to the table in both languages. So in some instances, the students are coming to us with both languages. The student would benefit in a dual language program. In some instances, we have students who have a little bit of Spanish because there's some Spanish being spoken at home, but they're not necessarily proficient in Spanish. So for a student with that profile, we would recommend a two-way model or two-way program. We have some students where they don't have proficiency, but parents want their child to be bilingual, biliterate. For students who would want access to that, we offer the dual language program. but we have some criteria in place for kiddos, which I can talk to in a little bit about. Otherwise, we also offer the world language program at the elementary level that we currently have available at both Jackson and Chapel Elementary Schools. And we want to make sure that students have access to the English language development every single day. Not once a week, not once a month, but every single day, so that our kids are able to get to English proficiency and in another language. So that is the beauty of kids being in our bilingual model, is that not only are they developing their proficiency skills and literacy in their first language, but because they are working toward English proficiency and transferring those skills to English, that they end up being a beautiful bilingual product. Our priority looking at our data is paired literacy. What we mean by that is making sure that the literacy skills and strategies taught in Spanish are transferred and extended during the literacy-based English language development time on a daily basis. So what it should look like it should be an extension of the what was taught in Spanish. So that heavy lifting, now they're going to apply that. We should see that application in English. It should not be a translated version, or we should not expect teachers to reteach what they taught in Spanish to English. We don't have the allocated time to provide that service, and we know that research does not support that learning either. Because the students are learning and we're doing that heavy lifting in their first language, they've learned it. Now we have to give them the opportunities to transfer that learning to English. So by listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So we have to hold our kids accountable to those expectations, and when we do that, the kids will deliver. We've also recalibrated our professional learning priorities for our teachers and coaches, I should say. So right now, currently, our bilingual coaches are using the teaching and learning literacy framework. In addition to the adult learner creating their art of coaching, or they're creating their craft. We continue to build opportunities for students to access literature in both languages. And the research supports that when we do that, they will continue to accelerate and grow. And we want to sustain Spanish, because learning in one language will enhance the other, and it will be bidirectional. We have been doing, that said, we have been doing some amazing work at Eisenhower Elementary. Our primary work has been with teachers and the administrative team. We've been meeting with them weekly, on a weekly basis, being in classrooms, observing, and asking teachers to provide us with feedback about the resources that they need, such as classroom libraries in Spanish and in English. We have asked teachers to be transparent with us about the current allocation that we have in place, the 90-10 model. Is it feasible? Is it doable with what we're asking them to implement in the classroom, using the reading units of study, the writing units of study, and the phonics, as well as transferring what learning took place from Spanish to English? So we have been very receptive, open, and transparent with their feedback. And so that has been where we have been developing a model school that can support teachers, staff, and student learning. The Eisenhower administration is here today So we would like them to share their story with you.
We seriously could not have accomplished the research, the studies that, in networking with the professionals across the country, if we did not know if these practices would work in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So we sincerely cannot thank the Eisenhower staff and the administration for allowing us to partner with them to this point, because they are truly leading us as we bring in supports. What works, what might not work, and we have to be very flexible and very open. We can always have the best laid intention, but if it doesn't work in our schools, for the people who work in our schools, then it's all for naught. So it's with great pleasure that we introduce, you probably know most of them, Ann Zernicke, Desiree Kettle, and Melinda Cavendale.
Thank you for your perseverance.
This has been an exciting journey for us. When I started at Eisenhower, I immediately noticed that there was a divide. There was a divide between students, bilingual and monolingual, and there was a divide between staff. My goal was to bring that divide together as one. So I talked to Nancy and I said, you gotta help me do this. And it really came to light when I had a parent from our Parent Focus Committee say to me one day, about a year and a half ago, my child is going on to middle school and they can't read well in either English or Spanish. I knew I had to do better. And as a team, we had to do better for every one of our students. So what we did, we came together as a staff, and our staff created a shared vision. And I'd like to share it with you. We are one community of learners, socially, emotionally, and academically inspired to persevere and reach our true potential. That applied to the adults, and that applied to our students. With that, we brought all of our fifth grade students together as one. We no longer had a division, but we put them all together into 5 classrooms, and then they worked as one. They collaborated together, they learned together, they shared experiences together. That was the power of our work. Now I'd like Desiree to share with you some of the action steps that we took this year.
I can speak loudly if that helps. I'm really going to speak to the instructional piece and the framework that we used, which Anne shared that vision that we all developed. Another huge piece of that, the work that we did in June around our school success plan. So all of the work instructionally that we've done has really been grounded in that school success plan and looking at the 3 goals that we set in there, 1 for literacy, 1 for math, and 1 for engagement. So we started with our PBIS and CHAMPS. We're going to wrap those children in those really good social and emotional practices that are going to help them be successful in the classroom. And then looking at our literacy and math, along with the allocations of time that Claudia addressed, how were we going to ensure that our students had access to the instruction? And as we did that, we have a professional development plan for our staff members that moves across the year. We started in August. This year was a little bit different because of the building construction and moving in, but we do have a very strong focus that we start in August, and we really bring teachers on board. We offer work to our new teachers, that opportunity before they have kids in front of them to get onboarded with some of that work we need to do. And then really, as Anne said with the vision, working to build a culture of collaboration and the coaching. So here's our data in our school success plan. We need to own it, we need to work with it. And then as a group, as a team, we're all in it. It is everybody that is in it that has a role, and we're bringing them the opportunities for collaboration, and we're providing the coaching so that they can continue to grow as educators and bring even more important instruction to our students. Our role as an admin team then with that has been part of it, the formative feedback. So doing observations, walkthroughs, and then meeting with staff, both in their CLTs and with individuals, and helping them move forward. And then the last piece there that Claudia also addressed is the MLSS, those multi-level systems of support, and ensuring that we're following the data, we're following individual students as well as groups of students, and working with teachers to provide the opportunities for those kids to grow.
I can speak loudly too. And I actually have what I feel the pleasure of sharing some of the fruits of our hard labor, what is some of our hard numbers in regards to behavior. In a following slide, you'll see that we have shown a substantial decrease. At this time last year, so we pulled data just from September through March, so we could look comparatively at last year's data. We show a substantial decrease from 627 overall referrals, and that would be considering our administrator and staff managed referrals, a decrease this year to 348. You can see there's definite hard numbers there, but the hardest thing to articulate to you all is the intangible piece behind it, the overall feel of the school. We've had both staff members and visitors to the building who have been there before comment on the overall feel. It's such a change in the feel of this school. It's much calmer. Most notably, we have seen a change in our recess and lunch, which would typically be where a lot of our behaviors are. The integration of our students just feels natural. It feels much calmer, and you'll notice that the conversation between those students in the lunchroom and obviously in those classrooms as well is just very natural. These are students who in reality live side by side in apartment buildings, in homes, who have in previous years felt a divide, who now you are seeing have that natural conversation, the collaboration and the learning side by side that should have been there from the start.
Would just like to add a little important piece of information that that should be noted. With the integration of students in the 5th grade model at Eisenhower Elementary, because we know what the research shows, and that is that we support and sustain the child's learning in Spanish. As previously mentioned, we did not take that away from the students because we know how important it is for the kids to continue and for us to continue to sustain their learning in literacy in Spanish, because that supports the learning in the other language, and it's bidirectional. So that is something that we still have, and the Spanish language art teacher works with the students for a block of time. So it mirrors what it would look like at the middle school level. So the teacher has the students for approximately 75 minutes and continues to develop the literacy skills that the child does not control yet. And that's really important, and it's crucial because of the mobility that we have, the kids moving from other districts, kids that are moving in, that are coming from different countries, that are coming to us with just literacy, knowledge, and skill in their first language. So we also take a look at the student profile to take a look at what the child is coming to us with. And if they are coming to us with formal education, we know that those skills can be transferred quicker to English because they have that foundation in their first language. So it's really important to take a look at the whole child and take a look at what the child is coming to us with so that we can better serve the student.
I would just like to note that the model that we're currently using at Eisenhower Elementary is not finalized yet. We still have work to do with Ann and her team as far as meeting again with teachers, as they are the ones working the work, and they will guide us. as well as student data, guide us on a final recommendation for the time and language allocations in our schools. Ann, did you want to add anything to that? This one.
We have really worked this year side by side with teaching and learning, and it really has been the teachers who have been doing the work with regards to switching their schedules. In fact, I think when we were talking about this, we believe some of our staff members have changed their schedule 3, sometimes 4 times, but the focus is on students now, not on the adults. And that is why we've continued to work with the minutes, but we wanted to make sure that we were ensuring that our kids were getting the English language development also, and that wasn't being something that was forgotten.
And we might add that although the teachers shifted their schedules, it was the choice of the teacher who reached out and said, this is working, this isn't working, can we? And so it was very responsive teaching, and really a salute to that staff who really stuck with it diligently, again, like Ann had mentioned, very student-focused and what's best for children to help us puzzle through what we can offer in our elementary identified school minutes in a day in Green Bay.
So we worked with the teachers, and what they found would be a good fit in implementing the resources, the reading, writing units of study, as well as the phonics, all of the components in place. We would be looking at a 70-30 language allocation. So it would be shifting from a 90-10 model. We haven't made a decision yet. We're still waiting for the results to come to the table. We want teacher feedback. We want teacher voice to make sure that it is working for students. So what this would look like is 70% of their day in Spanish. We would increase the language allocation in English to 30%. So the kids would have more opportunities in English as well, so that they could practice listening, speaking, reading, and writing in English. I'm sorry, I should clarify that in K-1-2, it would be 70-30, 70% of the day in Spanish, 30% of the day in English. And then once the kids got to 3, 4, 5, it would be a flip. So it would be 30% of their day in Spanish, 70% of their day in English. So we would still sustain both languages. Oh,
I just have
yes.
a question. So you said you were looking for feedback of teacher voice. So how are you doing that? What are you doing to receive that?
So we are in the school on a weekly basis. The teachers meet frequently with Ann and the admin team and give them feedback through meetings, through the BLT. We have also met with teachers and interviewed many of them individually to find out what is working for them, their hopes for bilingual education, resources that they need, professional learning that they need, whether it's scheduling. I mean, they really brought all of it to the table. Resources, classroom libraries, more strategies for not just bilingual learners, but English learners. So what I should clarify is not just Spanish-speaking students, but because most of our classrooms have English learners, they want to know they want to know the best strategies and practices to use in the classrooms to support like Somali-speaking students among students, and what can they do to support their learning in the classroom. So it's not just about the Spanish-speaking students, it's about all English learners. So that was pretty clear, and in the interviews that we had with individual teachers, that they wanted more professional learning on how to support English learners in the general education classroom.
And we did take their immediate feedback that they offered and made some of those changes. Some of those would be with the scheduling changes, the platform for paired literacy, the professional learning around what and how to teach that paired literacy component. That was all directed by teachers telling us what they needed more of. We also, in our conversations with the teachers, asked them, what could we do differently to better support you as we move forward? And how would you coach us and being a better support for the other teachers in the district if we were to move this forward?
And can I ask, what was their answer to that?
Well, actually, I think that we could share our notes with you. I think we'd have to take, any identification so we
Sure.
can identify, but we have the notes from our meetings and conversations with them as we use as our guiding change, and to keep us grounded in their vision and what they're bringing to the table, as well as Principal Zernicke in her guidance in helping us in central office to be more of a direct and intentional support in helping them. So, that's a loaded question because
Sure.
we interviewed, I'd like to think we had great conversation with all
I
6
don't,
of
I
them.
don't need you to
and they
give me
offered
that
much.
necessarily. Maybe this is a better question. I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Did you find that you had a lot of consistency with their response of how you could support them?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, the resources, we dug into the extra funding of teaching and learning and provided additional English libraries at all levels. Also, it's very difficult. It's not that the district did not want to support our bilingual program with Spanish literature. It's very difficult to find. And so that's one of the takeaways from our work on the West Coast, was where to find these rich resources of good literature, but in the Spanish language. I would absolutely agree that there are common themes of what they were asking for. The professional learning around paired literacy, what that looks like, what are the teaching of the strategies and skills and literacy that we should be expanding upon in the other language. All I can say is it's amazing. If you have not had the opportunity to visit Eisenhower Elementary in one of their bilingual classrooms and watch them pair literacy, it's a very humbling experience to watch our educators truly teach and follow children in literacy skill and strategy development.
I would also add to that our bilingual coaches have an observation classroom where they are not just learning the theory, but they're actually applying it, they're putting it to practice. And we too are seeking their feedback so that they can tell us what is working and what isn't working. And to be very honest and transparent with you, because we have been to professional learning across the country, and not just that, but networking. I belong to the bilingual coalition for the state of Wisconsin, and no one has figured it out yet. So we are doing the best that we can with the resources that we have here, and not only learning about the research and best practices, learning about the theory, following longitudinal data that other researchers have found, but we're actually putting it into practice and asking the questions, is it really working for our kids? And if not, please tell us what it is that isn't working so that we can come back to the table and try to tease that out. So that's the great work that is happening right now at Eisenhower, and the other schools where the bilingual coaches are implementing this work in their classrooms. We will continue to take a look at our curricular data. We believe that our curricular data gives us a lot of information of what the children possess at that point in time. So we are following the students. We're taking a look at the reading, writing, and the word study. We are taking a look at our bilingual classrooms and the enrollment in those classrooms so that we are making sure that we are expanding and maximizing all of our resources so that we don't have single strands. We want to make sure that we have a school program where the kids embrace culture and embrace each other, and they feel like they are part of the community. Another one of our goals, and we've heard loud and clear that we do not have a parent community advisory committee for bilingual education. So we are taking that to heart and making sure that our parents are aware of what it looks like when they walk into a bilingual classroom, and we want their feedback as well. So our long range and continued work is to continue to expand the dual language program offered currently in grades 4K through 6th grade. We want to create a dual language pathway that leads to not just bilingualism, but biliteracy. And that's something I believe that hasn't been very strong, and we're aware of that. We've had bilingual learners, but we haven't necessarily had biliterate learners. So we want to make sure that we bring that back to the forefront. We want to streamline the current structure, so that means that reducing our one-track schools, meaning that there are some schools out there that just have one kindergarten classroom, one kindergarten bilingual classroom, one first grade classroom. We know and research supports that you should have multiple tracks so that there is that collaboration and kids feel that sense of belonging when they're in the school. We're going to continue to provide professional learning opportunities for our bilingual teachers in August. So continuing to bring on board what it looks like, sounds like, feels like during the paired literacy model.
Does anyone have any questions for the Eisenhower team at this time?
No.
I do.
Eric.
Sorry, you guys want to go home? First, thank you all for your work, and specifically to identify a school culture that needs to be improved, and to take on that work is not easy, and that is foundational to a lot of this, so thank you for that. Really quick on the assessments, the language obviously is probably given in English, where we have our English proficiency scores. What about the other areas of that exam? Is that given in their native language? So if they had to take a math assessment, I understand directions and things.
On the forward exam?
Yeah.
They have the opportunity for translation.
Okay.
It's a stacked translation.
Okay. What percentage, maybe I missed this, what percentage of students at Dan's are EL students? Eisenhower, sorry. What did I say? Dan's. Well, Dan's is in my notes. I mean, either or, I guess. Approximately.
Approximately 72%.
Okay. So almost 3/4.
So a lot of the great strategies that we're learning are great for all of our classrooms.
Okay.
Because of course we have ELs in every classroom.
Okay. And last question, what percentage of your EL teachers are native speakers versus, English, learn Spanish?
Have any native speakers.
I don't think so.
No natives, so they're all people who,
Well, maybe one, Maggie.
No?
none. Thanks, that's all I have.
Great questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia. As you leave, I just want to give a shout out to Ann. I remember how many years ago, and I stood in your office and you shared your big aha moment about saying our children aren't being successful in any language. We have to do something, and I appreciate your perseverance, and it's been not always that easy, but kudos to you. It's better for kids, and I appreciate the progress you're making. And I appreciate all the research and the reach out to teachers to make sure that their voices are heard in this process. Very important.
Good news, Kristen, we're only halfway done. All right.
I'm sorry, just a point of order here with respect, and this is some very good content that we have here. If we're talking about being halfway through a presentation that we're on, that we've been on for 40 minutes, and that's respect to the presenter's time and of other important topics that we have tonight, can we, I guess,
try to accelerate through the presentation and spend time mostly on board questions? Can we?
Bring it home.
I'm asking. I'm asking.
Mr. Becker, I promise I'll be as efficient as possible. And how many minutes would you like me to be done in? We can do it in 7.
Well, I mean, I think if there's, that would be probably good with the understanding. I mean, what's important to me is all board member questions being answered. And if there's, if there's a whole lot of board questions, then
Sure.
then fine. But I just want to make sure, because we have other critical topics as well. So.
I'd like to just acknowledge that I clearly spent a lot of time on this, and I really, really appreciate
Oh,
that.
for sure. It's excellent information. We just have a lot of topics, yes.
Sure, and a lot of we just want to be able to build on finishing the story of where we're at relative to dual language as it pertains to secondary schools at this point. It is our intention at secondary, just like it, as Ms. Orr articulated from elementary, to have the opportunity for our students to have a sustainable, viable Spanish dual language pathway for anyone interested through grade 12. This is the first year that the program has kind of been re-upped or rolled up into 6th grade, so it's a first year piece, and it came to teaching and learning at the beginning of the school year. So we've been spending time this year becoming familiar with what everybody's expectations were and collecting information. So at the secondary level, it's in a little bit different position than the work they're doing as a field experience at Eisenhower, but a lot of the learnings and takeaways are very much the same. Would you confirm? We wanted to just remind you from the visual that we had showed earlier about how the flow of the programs across elementary created an interesting conundrum for the district in terms of understanding how to coordinate programming and maybe an east side and a west side opportunity at the middle school level based on where the feeder patterns might be. It is quite challenging to determine where should dual language programming be offered at the secondary level, because as you spread things out across the district, of course, you run the risk of not having enough staff, not having appropriate clusters of a balanced program as according to the vision. So we've been looking at that information as it pertained to what happened in terms of enrollment at Franklin and Edison this year. So for instance, we shared a slide with you so that you can see where things are headed for next year. This is the 5th grade enrollment at our two-way schools. And you can see that it is not currently a balanced enrollment. Approximately 3 out of every 4 students in our two-way program at 5th grade across the district are students who are English learners. It is not a 50-50 proportional representation, balanced program. It is very heavily populated by students who are English learners first. And that means that as students move up into the middle school level, trying to figure out how many would like to continue in a dual language pathway, how do we cluster them, provide a balanced two-way type of a program, knowing that we also have world language acquisition as a curricular offering in the district. And so a very complicated looking diagram just to show you that the state of world language in this particular case, it shows you the flow of Spanish as a world language in our district, where it's offered as a sampler platter, for lack of a better term, at some elementary schools versus consistent daily learning opportunities at other schools. In middle schools, we have a variation in how they're offered. And so earlier this evening in the open forum, you heard our French teacher speak very passionately about their belief in the importance of French as a world language. There is no interest at the district at large in getting rid of French, nor is there any interest in getting rid of Spanish or any of our other world languages. Rather, we have a world language task force, for lack of a better term, that is starting this summer in the second week of June, where our world language teachers are all invited to come and share their perspective and views to articulate some questions that can be brought forward to you as a Board of Education so that you can give us some guidance as to how do we want to ensure that our world language offerings are guaranteed, viable, and sustainable. Because asking a French teacher or a Spanish teacher in world language to teach 2 or 3 or 4 levels of this language at the same time with a total of 17 kids is not a good experience for adult nor for student. We currently are navigating that relative to the growth of our Chinese program across the district. And so this is a really critical piece across our world languages, and our staff members who do the work need to have a co-design ownership in it. And so I want to reiterate that that is absolutely a priority, and it's very, very important that we do that, and we will do that, and we are doing that. I shared this particular flow to show you that when you look at Edison's numbers and Franklin's numbers, students that are taking Spanish as a world language are the highest of the two middle schools. That happens to be where the dual language house has been set up in 6th grade at Franklin and Edison this year. Of particular interest might be the fact that Franklin students, as part of their middle years program experience, also have an opportunity to be in a second language beginning in 6th grade, continuing their work that they had at Chapel if they were coming out of Chapel as well. So students at Franklin are involved in either Spanish or French as a world language beginning in 6th grade. And so the students in the dual language program at Franklin have that additional bonus of continuing in their world language acquisition. So we've got, frankly, some interesting staffing considerations at both Edison and Franklin for next year in the area of Spanish as a world language, because we have students who've been in dual language programming who'd like to continue, and they're ready for like high school.
3.
Yeah, they're ready for like Spanish 3 or even Spanish 4. And so it's really kind of interesting to see like where is that going to go from when will you start AP Spanish? When will you take dual credit Spanish? And it's kind of cool because we've just learned from both UW Oshkosh and UW Green Bay that students that earn a B or higher in that Spanish 5 or Chinese 5 will also receive retroactive college level credit, more than a dozen retroactive world language credits in Chinese and Spanish. So we are absolutely dedicated to viable and sustainable world language pathways so that students coming out of our elementary schools, our middle schools, and this type of programming can demonstrate at the post-secondary level that, gosh, can you imagine going into college as a high school graduate having a dozen or more college credits in a world language? That is what our vision is as a district to support that. Now, to do that, we have to make sure that, as Ms. Orr talked about earlier, we aren't having students enter middle school who can't read or write in either language, and we can't have that continue into high school coming out of our dual language pathway. We need to make sure that we're clear on our proficiency levels and expectations for reading, writing, speaking, listening across the board. So those are things that we've been trying to understand in terms of how was it structured this year at Edison and Franklin in the dual language house. This year they had access to Spanish in social studies and science. But what we've been learning from the field test at Eisenhower and the research that's been done is that we would like to support a Spanish language arts. So I'm going to ask Ms. Orr to kind of wrap up this part about what's going on in 6th grade by talking about some of the work that we're doing to make that, prepare for that transition, and how you're working with staff at both Edison and Franklin, knowing they have slightly different structures.
Really fast. Thank you, Mike. So we too have been working with principals at Franklin and Edison to hear what their vision would be, how do they want to grow their program, what feedback are they getting from teachers as well, and what professional learning needs do they still need. So we have been working with mostly the Edison staff because they have a larger bilingual ed program versus Franklin. They just have one teacher. But we have spent a lot of time having a discussion about the purpose for bilingual education and the proficiency in both English and Spanish, and how do we sustain that. So bringing the current research and practices and telling us today that we need to continue to sustain the students' language in Spanish because that will transfer to English. So we're bringing that professional learning to both Edison and Franklin. So key learnings, we want to make sure that we provide effective, viable, sustainable dual language program in order for our kids to continue to have access to both Spanish and English language arts each year, as well as possibly, depending on the capacity and resources that we have, offer it in another or an additional content area such as science or social studies. So vision would be to have at the high school level an algebra class in Spanish or a chemistry class in Spanish, but we would have to have those resources available.
If I could also add briefly that we have kind of an informal, formal relationship, a sister or brother school, if you will, down near the border of Texas and Mexico, where we've worked on our TurboCharge initiative. and they seek and strive to offer this type of programming. They're referenced as a case study in the most current research on secondary dual language programs. And so we're in conversation to understand how do they partner access to college level credit with dual language programming at the same time. And they've offered that as aspirational, that they've strived for as well. And so that kind of fits into it. We'd like to see student leadership development opportunities where using their Spanish in a practical, relevant manner is not just necessary, but also encouraged. Very strong family involvement in this, which means also opportunities for students to interact with the Spanish-speaking community. We don't go to school just to go to school to be good at school. We go to school so that we can be successful college career-ready citizens. And so we believe that it's very important, especially getting into that middle school academic career planning phase, that they're seeing relevant transferable opportunities within their community that some of our students may already naturally have because Spanish may be their first language. But for students that are learning it in an academic setting, an opportunity to apply it in an authentic setting will be very important as well. So those would be important pieces for us. Our next steps, wrapping up, would be establishing a parent community advisory committee for bilingual education. I think we need to determine, is that a single group K-12 or is that separate by school? Is it secondary and elementary? We haven't established that for sure. And then Ms. Orr has been working with the staff to kind of work on the professional learning and the curriculum design with the staff that will be teaching it at both Edison and Franklin next year. And then planning forward for staffing needs. If we want to achieve aspirational goals, we have to be very strategic and mindful of when we have retirements or when we have enrollment bumps, how we look at that, because just like was shared earlier, access to bilingual educators is very much in high demand around the country. So to have a program that people want to flock to and apply to when we have an opening or opportunity will be very important for us. So I think I was right around 7 minutes, Mr. Becker, but
I just have one quick thing, and we don't even have to get into the weeds about it, but about the advisory committee. I know Sarah Pampern was here. She talked about that. I know family and community engagement is always huge for us. So I look forward to hearing more about that and how the families are doing the advising rather than the district telling, I'm excited about that. And if you are looking for a board member to participate in that, I would like to be considered, so let me know. Yeah, thank you for doing this work.
And I want to thank the efforts of our team in putting this together. In particular, Ms. Orr. Thank you.
Any more questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thanks, John. That was great.
I'm not going too far.
All right, next, we have our superintendent's update. I'll turn it over to Dr. Langford.
Okay, after the calendar, Mr. Magels will join us again for a couple of important conversations around algebra, equity, and class size. But before we do that, I want to remind our community of some very important dates coming up in the month of May and then early June. Our school start time task force is underway, and they meet again on May 1st. Staff Recognition Awards program is on May 6th, and that'll be prior to the board meeting. And I'll share a little bit more about that in our success stories. Teaching and Learning Work Session is also May 6th at 6 o'clock, and the Organizational Support Work Session immediately following here in the boardroom downtown on Broadway. May 15th is the staff art or the student art reception here at the district office. Each school is responsible for selecting one piece of art, and an artist and their family is invited along with the art teacher to celebrate. And if you look around our boardroom and all throughout the district office, you'll see wonderful student art that is done by our great students as well with the support of our staff. May 15th is our Cooperative Education Service Agency Annual Convention at CESA 7. The regular board meeting is coming up on May 20th at 6 o'clock. May 22nd is the Retirement Recognition Ceremony at Riverside Ballroom. School Start Time Task Force also is meeting that same night. Then we have on May 23rd, the ICSC meeting with the board. May 27th is Memorial Day. May 30th, the graduations begin. So I'm sure, Sandy, are you going to reach out to board members and find out which ones that they can attend? That would be great. The first one at East High School, celebrating the graduates from Dr. Rosa Minoka Hill. Then June 2nd, beginning with East High School, followed by Southwest and West, all on June 2nd up at the Cress Event Center. And then we celebrate Preble graduates on June 5th at the Resch Center. And then John Dewey Academy of Learning is that their address? That's their address, right? So it'll be at their current home. All right, so there's a lot going on in the calendar, and again, please, for our public to please check it out on our website, and of course, all of the graduations are open. The Board of Education has always supported having a place where everyone feels welcome to watch their students graduate, and for that I am very grateful, so that we can celebrate each and every student, and anyone and everyone and their families can attend. All right, so the next item I have, Mr. Magus, if you would join us, and this is all focused on the Algebra Equity Project. John and his team, through Teaching and Learning, has been working diligently for years on making sure that we have equitable access to algebra curriculum and resources as well, and they'd like to just talk about where we are in our current project.
Hello, and once again, I have Mike Fries and Dr. Judy Wiegand, just in case they're needed for any of the reference points for the work that we're doing, but I'll be primarily discussing where we're at. So the Algebra Equity Project, we are working with our high school math teams to focus on the weaving together of our algebra class and our advanced algebra class, and that's been a topic of conversation. The work is underway. We have just started that work from a standpoint of where we're at for the blending of those courses, and we're bringing our team together. But this is work that's been ongoing for many years. We've been working on this since 2014, I believe. And so the work that we've been doing with Solution Tree and Todd Kanold and others, we've really focused a lot on significant professional learning over the years, focused on equity. And this really does become an equity issue in that we are wanting to make sure that all students are served in their algebra class at a high level, that the course that's termed algebra is not a watered-down version of algebra, yet at the same standard that the kids who are advanced are able to take courses which are enriching and allow them to thrive and grow as we would hope for any student. We also have to recognize as well that we already have an accelerated path for our students. That's the normal on-ramp for students, is that they are able to take an accelerated version and start high school in geometry rather than algebra. So that is a course of action that most districts around the country are taking, and that is something that we are looking at here in Green Bay as well. And we are not wanting to move this faster. We want to move it as fast as we can because it is an issue of equity and changing some practices. But we also want to make sure that we're taking into account the organizational needs of the district and what do we need for professional learning, what do we need to make sure the structures are in place, and we just wanted to praise the board because there were a number of questions about it. Dr. Warren asked our initial questions and actually went to visit some sites where she could see what does it look like when we have differentiation in a math classroom where a math classroom teacher is really reaching the broad ranges of students in the class. So that is something that we've discussed as well. But we're here tonight for any questions that you may have.
So just to Could you just confirm then what will happen for the students who signed up for advanced algebra for next year through the course selection process, and then for students who signed up for standard algebra through the course selection process?
So I think the work around that is what we are putting together now with our teams. We have a leader from each of the schools, and we are working on the professional learning around what that will look like. The students who are taking advanced algebra and who signed up for advanced algebra will have advanced algebra in some form, and we need to make sure that we're raising the level for all of our students. If you look at what they did at East, they actually switched the course so that all the students were in what they were considering advanced algebra. That could be one course of action. Another course of action could be that there could be a regular algebra class with some advanced algebra students within, and students who might want to join with them and transition into an advanced algebra so that they would have that on their transcript. That would be something that would be looked at. There are a variety of different ways that we can accomplish this, but again, the finding of the solution is something that we are underway with, and we are putting all potential resources towards it as far as professional learning. And we want to make sure that we have the time to do it right. We want to do it, again, as we said, it'd be great if we said, here's the answer, let's move forward, we need this training, and we're done and we're ready. But we also realize that it could take another year for us to be able to fully accomplish this. But it is important that that people know that this is the direction that we're moving, because it is a practice that is can be hindering to students who might be in an algebra class that is not taught with the full rigor of an algebra class that might be taught elsewhere. We want to make sure that our courses are as rigorous as possible. We have very good, caring teachers who are in those courses, but we want to make sure that we're giving them the resources and professional learning skills so that they can accomplish the task.
I guess I want to make sure, I think there is a lot of good work that's going into this, and in the end, it may be that the best system turns out to be that there's one algebra course, but different speeds at which you might move through it, and maybe if you're maybe you move through it in perhaps a single semester, but then we need a spot for you, obviously, when that happens. I want to make sure that in the attempt to improve, that we don't do something that would lose the public or get people so focused on one particular issue that it interferes with the ability to make progress on the whole. And I think ultimately, and I think this tails into some of the things we heard about French classes, and if there are, and then we're not supposed to, if there are buildings where people have been told that in a future year there won't be French anymore, or that they won't be able to finish a class that they're in, I think ultimately we need to be intentional that if we're looking at something, not doing something different in one place, or doing something different in or changing course offerings, that we need to be doing it well up in advance with the course selection book, so that people don't, otherwise that's when people are going to say, wait a minute, and if we had no one, I think very few students and parents would be upset to hear, hey, you know what, your kid is in regular algebra and was just kind of finished some things early, and they're going to move up to, they're going to move into this advanced class for it. No one, it's very unlikely that anyone's going to have a problem with that. But at the same token, I think if someone is intentionally signed up for advanced algebra and then is in a class that is a mixture, that is just a random mixture, I think that could be seen as disingenuous, even though I realize that the two things I explained may be relatively close to each other. I think it's the intent behind it. And I think what East did, and if they didn't do it this way, then my mistake, because I should have caught it unless it was in the 2 years that I was gone, because then it wouldn't count. But I'm assuming that East just offers the advanced algebra course in the course selection book, or should, or if we didn't do it that way, then we just catch it for next time. I just want to make sure that people have faith in the course selection book, as this is the list of courses that we offer, and there is a matrix on there, and I was looking at it again for verification with French, and that doesn't mean that maybe sometimes something won't run, especially in an elective area, but I think also students being able to see a course progression through to the end is important as well. But again, overall, I'm happy to see that we're looking at this method of improving things in algebra, but I also want to make sure that we don't lose sight of a couple of other elements here. Certainly having one track of algebra on obviously that removes the issue of a kid going into the wrong class, because then it can't happen because there's only one. However, I'm also interested, and it's not an answer that is available tonight, nor that I need tonight, but if kids are being told yes to advanced classes, which we know is happening because of parent insistence when the student might be below grade level in a subject, it's okay to say no, and it's okay for a parent or student to challenge a decision of no, because every once in a while there's something special. But generally speaking, if you're actually below grade level in a specific subject, you probably shouldn't be accelerating in that subject, because it doesn't make any sense. So I think that needs to be looked at. And also, if we're seeing that there's problems with the kids being incorrectly encouraged to select for courses, I don't want to only say, fine, let's just not have the different levels. I also want to know, okay, or can we, because we're in charge, can we tell people, stop mistracking students?
We're, from my perspective in teaching and learning relative to courses and what they stand for, we're absolutely on the same page. 100% agree.
Same here.
Can I ask, when would be an appropriate time you're going to be working with these leaders? When would be another time you could at least report back to the board to kind of let them know where you're at with the progress? So, I think we've had these same conversations that Mr. Becker is bringing up. Obviously, we share those concerns, and we also are very committed to ensuring equity in algebra. So when could the board expect another update, or to let people know how things are progressing and where things are at?
Would June be acceptable? And I ask that because tomorrow we have a professional learning session all day with the staff that had volunteered to be the algebra advocates for their building, and so they'll have getting under their belt and clarifying and co-designing their needs. And then we have a secondary math leadership team that consists of all secondary math department chairs, as well as math administrators from the building. They meet on a regular basis, and they're part of this work and co-designing the decisions and giving feedback and giving us the cultural status of decisions and things like that. They meet Thursday this week. So I think that as we get a little bit more progress down the road, the next time something substantial might be worth reporting would be June.
Does that work for everyone? Lots of good nods.
One other thing too, I think the fact that I hope that it's clear and people are taking away from this that just because one particular piece that was discussed, which would be the collapsing of the course titles, can't happen now for next year because it's April. That has nothing to do with the ability to proceed about other innovations to make algebra work better. It's no detraction from, it is strictly a commentary on timing and ensuring that doing something like a course title change after courses were selected won't detract focus from the message. There's a lot of, we've talked in more length and some of it's more technical, but there's a lot of good things that can be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go far. Yeah. We have some.
Just in
Just
case.
The next item I have in my agenda is focused on class size and a class size update where things are at right now as we move forward.
Sure. So we are in the staffing process right now, and as we've mentioned before, we're trying to balance the need for making sure that we are right sizing with our staffing. As we've noted before, we increased by over $1.5 million in staffing this year, last year, and the year before. In each of those years, that's as Mr. Cascia likes to say, it's the gift that keeps giving, because when we increase staff one year, there's also those salaries that increase the next year. That's really important, though. Those supports for kids are critical, and making sure that our class sizes are low and resources are in place to make sure kids are well served. But trying to find that right balance of being fiscally responsible with scarce resources, yet allocating where the need is one of our first priorities. A second driver for us that's very important as well is allowing for student choice and parent choice when it comes to the offerings that we have in place. Sometimes we have to make determination based on number of kids who are interested in enrollment. And I was speaking to our French teachers as they left and was mentioning that French was really influential in my life as a student. It caused me to be interested in language learning and traveling, and started my path down education. We also have to recognize when certain courses are not generating the same level of interest, we have to make some hard decisions sometimes. And we're not talking about just French, we're talking about everything, really. If we have a course that is really intriguing and great for 3 or 4 kids, or 5 kids, or 10 kids even, should we offer it? And that's really something that we have to decide and work through as a district. We do have policies and procedures and rules in place related to this, and we make sure that we follow those rules as we go through our staffing. If anything, we probably err on the side of being a little bit more lenient and giving with the courses that we do allow for, because there are certain courses that we view as capstone courses that might be, for example, somebody might be part of a 2-year IB class, and this is the second year, and they took the first year already. We want to make sure that we've committed to that student. We're going to continue that and allow that student to complete that offering. We might have something in Project Lead the Way, for example, a course with the Microsoft Teals program that is an important partnership and something that we're viewing very favorably. We might have less than 20 students in that class, but we want to make sure that it runs. Looking at the Bridges construction project that we have, I believe we had 9 students that were heavily involved in it this year, but when you look at the partnership and you look at the learning that took place, we have to consider how those courses lay within the needs we have as a district. So we have to make sure that we're doing those two things, that we're balancing our fiscal resources in a way that's careful, not because we're trying to hoard money, but because we want to make sure that we're spreading the resources that are there. If you look at our staffing for elementary, we are following our guidelines. We do have a few schools that are kind of on watch, that the number is creeping high and we might have to consider splitting a class, but we also have a couple schools on watch that the number for a particular grade level might be a little lower, and we might have to consider sometime reallocating a teacher to a different building that might have a need. We really try to avoid that to as much as possible, because we want to make sure that we have stability of a good, high-quality staff for our students. So sometimes we're making decisions throughout the summer, even the weeks before school starts, based on the needs. If we have 5 students transfer out or 5 students transfer into a certain grade level at a school, that could mean a shift of a teacher. Again, that's not what we want, but when we have the reality of our financial situations where we are having to allocate carefully, those are factors that we consider. So we had a number of secondary courses with under 20 in enrollment. Pretty high number of courses that we have with under 20. I think sometimes what we talk about is the high range of courses. We don't oftentimes talk about the courses, the many courses we have with fewer than 20. And what we're really trying to do is narrow that gap a bit, so that we're the outliers that are high enrollment classes and the courses that are really low enrollment, that we're trying to collapse that so that we're being equitable with the resources that we allocate. So I'm not sure what particular questions you might have other than that brief update, but that's where we're at.
Okay, so there's, a lot of conversation about the lower class sizes and what to do about that. But there seems to be a significant amount of students in science classes in middle and high school. And that's where I'm hearing most of the concerns from. And to the point where they feel like they can't even do their labs efficiently and appropriately to the curriculum, and there's concern about that. So that is happening. It's out there, and the concern is there, and the frustration is there, and wondering if there's a plan for that at all.
So that is what's happening, or that's what was reported to you?
That is what's happening.
Okay. I'm not sure if we've had things brought to our attention.
Not to my attention, no.
But we'd be glad to look into it.
Things we do section at 24, being cognizant of lab sizes. So if there are specific concerns, I would love to have them brought to my attention.
Do you have a list of class numbers? I was hoping that we would have that.
Here this evening for this school year?
Well, for this board topic agenda item.
I wasn't asked to bring that, so no, I don't have it with me tonight.
And I think that's where things get interesting, I'll be honest, is sometimes things that are a very hot topic one week, we prepare for weeks and put together a very intricate presentation, thinking that there's going to be lots of hype and questioning. So we want to make sure that everything is completely covered, and then we find that in that particular setting, kind of the I wouldn't say the interest is passed, but the sharper focus is passed. We would be glad to put together a broader presentation on class size, but we have to know what is the scope of what you would like when we are preparing. And I don't mean that at all disrespectfully. I just want to make sure that I'm gauging our work so that I'm not overburdening you with having to listen for too long, or overburdening our people with the preparation aspect. So finding that right balance would be important. I do think that the science classes can be a factor because of the safety factor. When you're doing labs, there's movement and there's setup, and it is something that we have to consider very carefully. And we do go by lower class size guidelines when we staff those.
This current school year, it's not difficult to run a report out of Infinite Campus of science classes and provide that to the board in an update this week. That's easy.
I would assume, and then I remember actually mentioning this in open session prior, and when I requested, I believe I sent it to Brenda and Ed about talking about class sizes, and the concern wasn't that they were low, that they were high. And I remember sitting here mentioning that I was, it was discussed with me at my daughter's conference about that specifically, and it was in the 30s, the numbers. And I assumed when we had an agenda item that there would be a handout or some information given to us. I just kind of assumed. I would have had much more questions probably provided or for you to answer, but I didn't have anything. So.
Sure. So I think what we'd be glad to do is take input and prepare something, whether it's a presentation or a handout, or maybe something for the green letter. We'd be glad to put together whatever the board guides us in putting together.
Do you need an agenda item, or would like an email update be okay, or what?
I'll be very clear about this, because I don't think I'm being clear. I think that might be on me. There are legitimate, significant concerns with class sizes, specifically to science classes in middle and high school, and they are concerned about the authenticity of the actual program and how it relates to even the STEM conversation and what surrounds all of that. They are definitely frustrated. It is, I'm not in the class, I'm not teaching the class, I'm literally just taking it and sharing with you. I have talked about this a lot, both here on social media, with a lot of different various places, but there's definitely concern. The lab conversation came up specifically because there's too many people. And so students are not getting, this is the conversation, they're not getting out of what they need to. And so, like I said, the legitimacy, the authenticity of the program, they feel is being compromised because of the class sizes. And it's not that they're low, it's that they're too high.
So Judy is offering to
I can certainly further report of the current class
Yep.
sizes.
generate class
And
sizes.
so, but what I've been asked to find out is what is the plan? Because, anybody can walk in and count heads, but what is the plan to reduce that stress on everyone in the classroom? And that's what I was kind of hoping would be the conversation. But when I didn't see a handout, I figured that was probably not happening, so.
Sure.
I guess what's important for me is there are times, and this is a legitimate difference of leadership styles between board members, but there are times where I think it's best for everyone concerned to put something in policy. And right now, class sizes are a guideline. So I'm not asking for this information right now, but if I were to find that we're sometimes okay with having 1 or 2 kids more than the total number of lab stations, I would probably be inclined to make a motion prohibiting that staffing. That if there are 25, in the extreme example of 25 kids in one lab class, and both are 24, it's a 24 station lab, that means in that rare circumstance of precisely 25, that means there is a 13 and there is a 12 now. And I think labs is a where it's, and maybe we're doing that, and maybe we're not, and I'm not talking about hiring a new teacher because a new kid moved to the school that had exactly 72 kids in biology with 6 weeks to go, okay, but I am talking about if there were 73 kids in one lab room, that is 4 classes, it's not 3 with 1 overflow, even if, that kind of thing. So I think sometimes I understand why administrators prefer flexibility, and I would say that for my point, as someone who ran on class size a year ago, there would be many cases where I would have flexibility, but I think there are some cases where, for me to be able to go to the public and say, hey, what did you do when you heard concerns about overflowing lab classes? Okay, here's what I did. I voted for a policy to prohibit putting 25 kids in 24 lab stations, hypothetically.
So you were looking for specific numbers. In September of this year, we shared the averages, which might be somewhat helpful. The high school average is 19.45 per science classroom, so it's under 20 for science classrooms as a whole. Of course, there are some outliers here and there, but that's a mathematical average, but the ratio is lowest for science. The average for English is 22.2, math is 21.5, social studies is 23.8, and again, science is 19.4. So our strategy and method that we're continuing with, and we have to make sure that we address those outliers, is to make sure we allocate more staff to science, since science is a safety and a priority area. But that we do have to make sure that the occasional high section is addressed.
And I would say that that's been requested multiple times from teachers in those classrooms, because the numbers are looking more like 30, 32.
I think it would be really interesting to
Middle
see,
school.
and we'll make sure that we share that.
I mean, I highly doubt that they would lie to me during a teacher conference.
No, I don't think
but
I'm not accusing you or the
But I mean,
parents or the teachers of lying.
There's
I
only
just-
one way to find out, right?
Exactly.
Just to go
Let's
to the
bring
classroom
data.
and
And I'm
count
sure
heads.
there are some sections that are high.
Right.
And those are ones that
So
need to
it's
be
those
addressed.
specific classrooms that are wondering what is going to happen.
So right now, and that's, we've had multiple conversations with the executive directors in our meetings of positions as we prepare and staff for next year. I mean, so I think obviously if this is going on right now, it needs to be addressed. But also as we looked at next year, we looked at guidelines, which are pretty, they're actually narrower than the range that the board has approved, if I'm not mistaken. They're tighter even. We're staffing right now at a guideline level, and I would assume, if I'm correct, that 24 is in there, in that documentation, I recall it. So that's where we're at now. The question that I have, and I have some wonderment about, is this, what I'm wondering is, as new students come forward, they get placed into classrooms, and so then the question becomes, as you would see them in Infinite Campus, correct? You would see that enrollment in Infinite Campus. Is there potentially a place where that could be put in a place where you as an administrator receive something that says, look there? Because obviously, you know,
I rely on
do you see what I'm saying?
principals to monitor that, and when I do have a request for additional FTE to help with class
Oh, I
sizes,
know
I
you
always
bring 'em
bring it to the
forward.
district position review committee.
Right.
And so I can continue to work with the principals, but I do rely on them to bring those pieces to me regarding class sizes. We can certainly reinforce that again.
Yeah.
But that also depends if, but then you run into situations where you could have a principal who wants to be a team player and is thinking about resources and money, and is thinking that, and see, this is why I think some of the time a hard limit makes things a lot easier for people. If more than blank weeks of school are left and the 25th kid signs up for the lab science class, an attempt is made to hire a teacher and split the class. And if not, then it doesn't matter if the principal thought this was the right battle to fight, or I've been asking, and that's it's a normal human nature thing to and right, and I'm not faulting someone for trying to prioritize their requests, but if certain specific things, I also think probably, you could say something about and I know there was, just sometimes a hard limit, then there's no questions, there's no hand wringing, it's just.
I agree with that. Communication piece is really critical, and I think that communication is both here, at the board level, the cabinet level, as well as the building level, because otherwise it's really difficult to address what the question and what the concern really is, and what the message is as well regarding what the staffing is, what the budget is, and what are the concerns, and what are the priorities.
Right, and I think that's one thing I would ask the board for a governance piece, is really give us guidance on what your priorities are. Are your priorities that we offer all things to all students? are your priorities that we keep our class size low? What are the primary drivers of our work, and what are the secondary drivers? All are important, but we need to know which need to be the overriding factors. If low science class size is one of the critical pieces because of the safety issues and the learning issues, that's something we need to consider. If we're looking at making sure that we can offer the same AP classes at every high school, if that's the priority, then that allows us to work in a different fashion. Right now, we're working according to the governance policies and guidelines that are currently in place, but we would welcome if we're working from the wrong priorities, we want to know that so that we can focus.
What I would say to that though is that since I've sat here, I've brought up class sizes, and more so, I've had a lot since September, your numbers that you showed. But again, I'm not saying those numbers aren't true, but it's hard to hear those numbers and then be interrupted during a teacher conference by multiple teachers. It wasn't just one person, and to have people reach out to you and say, I'm really struggling, this is really frustrating, it's the class size. I mean, my daughter's French class is 30 kids. So there are, it's out there. So what the priorities sometimes come in the form of, I'm getting a lot of calls about my class size is frustrating, and I don't know if I can do this much longer. So that's, right, to me, that's a priority when it comes to retention of staff, to the integrity of the program, all of that. But I don't know, I've sat here a lot, and I've said that a lot. I've mentioned it a lot.
So we would be glad to come back with more information. And again, I asked the board, so what are your primary drivers? Is it going to be that we're going to offer all world languages, or we're going to keep our class sizes low in science? I mean, we can't be all things to all people, and we need to make sure that we're operating based on the board policies and guidelines that are currently in place. We are following those guidelines. There are sometimes pieces that edge up to and sometimes do cross the line, and those do need to be addressed. But we want to make sure we spend a significant amount of time on staffing, and our budget is tighter. And so I would love to have more staff and just say, let's reduce class size down to 15 for all of our core classes. But then we would have to figure out what are some of the areas that we're going to look for greater efficiency. Are we closing schools? Where are we going to find the resources that we need for this?
Can I just clarify, Rhonda, when this was reported to you, John, when you got that message, did you look?
The science class sizes in general, we've looked at science class size when we've gone through our staffing audits. We've gone through every class of every school, looking at, and I can't reiterate exactly the science class number at Lincoln right here at the table, but we did an audit of each of our secondary schools came in, and they went class by class, section by section, looking at who's teaching what, partly to determine where are those areas of greatest need. And I agree, science is an area that's critical. We also saw at middle level in general, the class sizes are higher than at high school. So as we're staffing this year, we didn't tighten, even though we were having to seek efficiency all over, we saw greater efficiency at the high school level rather than the middle school level, because we already knew that those class size ratios were tight.
That makes sense. I think, go ahead, Noah. Oh, I'm sorry, I saw Noah and I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess one question that I had and that a lot of students were asking me and that I really didn't have an answer to, how is it determined which classes will run? Because I know you said that there was you kind of had a basis for that, and that's something that's brought up a lot, with a lot of specific examples.
Generally, we look at, go ahead if you'd like to. Generally, we look at the number of students that are requesting the course. If it's under 20, we have to consider, are there special exceptions that we want to let it run because it's a capstone class or because it's maybe something sequential in a student's learning. If the student has taken French through French level 3, we don't want to say, sorry, there's no French 4 for you, you'll have to start over in Spanish. We want to make sure that those options are in place. So that's one factor. And then we have to look at the overall, what is the overall staffing that we have for that particular level? What do we have for a particular high school, West High School in one particular case? How can we make sure that we are allocating based on the needs of the students, the number of students in class, and then how does it fit within the general makeup of what might be considered from a political standpoint or a mission of the school standpoint as being vital. Look at City Stadium Automotive. That's a capstone program for East High School. We could say, sorry, your class sizes are too low, we're closing it all down. But we've realized that we've put millions of dollars in investment. It's a partnership with a number of different community organizations, and it's also graduating students with certifications that are very high paying. So that's something that we think, class size is only 15 because that's what the community college is allowing us to do, or the technical college. We're still going to run that, but there are decision-making factors that go in once we get below 20 that are a factor.
So does the principal decide that, or would that be a decision by you guys, or does that vary based upon the case? Because, like, I'll give an example. For AP Chemistry for next year, only 4 people signed up. And I don't expect the district to run an AP Chem class with 4 people in it because it just doesn't make sense. I understand that. So within like 3 days after course selection, they said, yeah, AP Chem's not going to run next year. You should find something else. So does that, do those, what I would say are probably fairly obvious decisions, are those made by you, or are those made by building principals?
Both. So the building principal comes in and we go through the staffing process with myself, Mr. Freeze, that was here, person from HR, along with the building principal, and they usually bring their associate principal. We go course by course, taking a look at the numbers, how does it section, as well as then taking a look across buildings. So it could be that those AP chemistry students could take it at another building if they're running it. So we could offer that, whether it's a travel. We're also going to take a look next year, trying to do some virtual options of having different schools as host sites, and see if we can do that as well to provide, again, opportunities for students to take those courses. But it's a collective group of going through it and taking a look at the numbers.
Does the class with 10, do they all go to you, or does the principal not necessarily forward some of them to you?
When they come with their initial or their first time through, we have those numbers.
Okay, so you have UC at central office. You see the list that includes the class with 2 kids in it that isn't a continuation class, and it's very obvious it can't run. You see that.
We see all those numbers, yes.
You see
through
them
that
all,
first time
okay.
through, yes. We go 2-3 times, go through those numbers.
But then we also have the principals ready with their input too. So if it's an AP Chem class with 4 people, they might say, hey, I'm thinking about collapsing it.
I think there should be some, and that's my last comment on this, I think there does need to be some significant weight to completing sequential courses.
We do.
And I'm talking about going into extreme low numbers to let people finish sequential courses, and if that means something has to give, then maybe it's some of those non-sequential courses where something can be a fairly painless substitution, like one language arts senior elective for another.
Correct, yeah, and we do take that.
How often is it that you might have a large class over what policy said that you'd like to split possibly, and you might even have a staff that could do that, but you just don't have actual space? Is that a regular occurrence?
I have not encountered that yet.
And I think that's more of a common that's more of a common piece at the elementary,
Right.
where you might have a single track elementary that now because of AGR, you're getting to a certain point, and we need to split a class of 18 into 2 classes of 9, and you're thinking, that doesn't completely make sense. So sometimes we're able to provide extra support through another teacher who might be supporting, or a paraprofessional, but sometimes we do end up in that criteria where we have tightness and we have to figure out what's the split going to look like.
I appreciate that you asked the question, Mr. Becker, about do we see them all, and Judy actually brought the list in. There were 84 classes of 20 or less students in them, so a significant number. And I think what they really tried to do, and this is a lot of thinking and working, is really going through, as Mr. Becker talked about, these are continuations, they have to be offered. But then what Judy also did is worked with technology and teaching and learning to see if we could offer some of the things through technology and through laptops and teachers coming back and forth and asynchronous learning opportunities, trying to provide as many different options for students as possible. I think the challenge really goes back to ensuring that we have a robust portfolio for students. But at the end of the day, sometimes the schools themselves are smaller, and that's what you start. If you have so many offerings in a small school, that's where you see a very big difference. Preble runs pretty much anything they can run. It just runs. There's enough students, and typically you can try to balance. There might be some a little full or a little less full, but you can still balance that. But we see it in our smaller schools in particular, and I think that's been a real challenge where people are working on that. So I would hope that as we have this conversation forward, before we even move into not this next school year, but the next, that we really look at that carefully to make sure that we are offering. I think it would be very challenging for students to have continuously been being told that they can't get what they're looking for at their school. And then the question is, can we as a district continue, and is this sustainable? And I would say it's gotten to a point where it's probably not, particularly if we go back to where this whole conversation started and wanting to make sure that our core content and our core classes are at a space and a place where every child is well served. And so I would go back though, and I'm gonna ask, and I appreciate, I'm not sure my question came out right at 10 o'clock at night to the two of you 2 minutes ago. It just wasn't, when your answer wasn't what I was looking for, but that's okay. My question is, I want to be sure that our current reality in science is addressed, and make sure we can do the best with what we can. And then looking forward, that's, so.
It is an important need, and we appreciate that it's being addressed.
But just as a follow-up, but I would also ask, as board members are out working and people are sharing information, that I would offer that we don't always know what we don't know, and often we can address it if we do. And that's not always, unfortunately, we don't know everything. So I would ask for that consideration.
Very quick question that you probably have answered, and I probably missed it because it's late. How often do you do a formal assessment of the classroom numbers compared to just like an ongoing, review?
Usually watch for myself at the secondary level. Spend a lot of time at the beginning of the school year.
Right.
As well as the start of second semester again.
Right.
With students, when we start.
Mhm.
And again, reiterating to the principals, making sure they let me know if there are needs, especially when it comes to the overall class sizes, but also part of our policy is making sure a teacher doesn't have a load over for 150 students.
Right.
So I need to know. I can't advocate for additional staff if I don't know. So I understand certainly sometimes principals, as you mentioned, sometimes filter that as to what do they really want to come forward to central office for and to advocate for. But I'll continue to work on that communication, but I also want to encourage teachers and so forth to also work with their principals and talk through what those issues are as well.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, because I yeah, from the beginning of the year and mid-year, but in terms of like just a tracking, if there was interest, and I don't know, I'm just throwing this idea out there, if like as a tracking mechanism, if the board was interested, like, hey, every month, can you just give us like a very, and I'm not saying this to put more work on your plate, but would that be something that could be easily done that would provide valuable data to the board so that they could actually see in real time what that looks like?
Yes, and actually we're looking at, there's some software, Forecast 5 we're looking at. We're also looking at a different data system that we're putting an RFP out for soon.
Okay.
But the Forecast 5 piece can show us exactly how much we're
Perfect.
allocating towards particular areas. And it's a real-time update, so it would be something that would be helpful for all of us. Right now, we do a lot of internal management and auditing, but I think having that dashboard piece for you as a board member would be important.
Sure, and I think, you know, going back to Rhonda, if someone comes and says, hey, I have 35 people, and then you have that ability to pull that up, and I can look at it, and they can look at it, and then I can have a conversation with you, then we don't get here where it's 10 after 10 on a Monday night and we're talking about
Right.
this.
And you might find that person with 35 people in one class has 3 sections of 10
Right.
elsewhere, right? And I'm
Right.
not saying that that's fair
It's a
or
balance
right,
issue, but yeah, it puts it into perspective and there's context for what's happening.
But I would say, okay, because I do have to
Go back and, you know, now what is what I'm gonna get, and I continue to get that. So what is that answer?
I think we need to look at the science number, and I think if we are higher than a set number, we need to have conversation at cabinet and allocate more staffing to science if that's the case.
And this is a situation where as board members.
If that's what
somebody
the-
tells me that, then I share that information with them.
Or did in open session?
With specific teacher names?
I'm not,
I always
not
ask the
going to do
person,
that.
can I use, can I share this
Yeah, that's
information?
gonna go over well.
But then they have no way of rectifying
Actually,
the
all they need to
situation.
do is walk into a classroom and, all they have,
We-
okay, can we just honestly all realize that there's a reason I'm actually saying this? It's not because someone doesn't feel comfortable advocating about it. And that's a fact, and we have to honor that. Not question it, and I don't get it. That is the way it is. And so that is why I have continued to sit here and say that, and that is why I've continued to bring it forward and ask for some answers to what might be possible with a class
Let's
like
put-
that.
Yeah, okay. So we will come at our next meeting with a recommendation. We'll take a look and we'll just put more money towards it and solve it with money. I'm sorry, it's.
I know it is,
It's
but,
10
but
10
here's,
10
but I'm
10.
gonna pick the phone
And-
up and call this person and what, I just
we-
wanna know what I'm supposed to say, that's all.
Okay, I would say that
That's
we
all
need
I'm
to stop
asking.
eroding the system of process where a teacher would talk to his principal, and we need to stop
They don't feel
promoting
comfortable
the myth that we are going to punish people for speaking the truth. We need to have a system where people can be, this is
Okay,
a
but
place where we work
nobody's
together.
doing that. They feel that, they
Well,
felt
then-
that way. This is not, this, by the way, this predates me.
Okay.
This isn't me. This predates me. And this is something that they, this is something that they've felt for a while. So I continuously ask them, and there are some people that feel comfortable, and I've asked them to go.
Okay.
And and you heard tonight, there were people that go talk to this person. Well, they did. They went to 2 people, never got a
Sure.
response.
And
So
that's
eventually they
critical.
want
Yep.
an answer. And if
And-
they don't feel comfortable, my response to them as an elected official who represents them, by the way, is not going to be, I'm sorry, that's who you need to talk to. I'm just not gonna do my job.
Mhm.
That's never gonna come out of my mouth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There might be some opportunity here, though, for something that could, in certain cases, and I'm just gonna keep picking on the science lab class exceeds 24, to remove any tricky judgment calls, any emotion, any questions of advocacy, and even too much, even much of the initial work, because you wouldn't even have to look. If the computer reports a 25th enrollment, it flags it, and one of three things. It's so close to the end of the semester, we'll fix it at semester, or the building is completely full and we need a plan B, or HR is notified and you hire someone. There are certainly other cases where you've got 54 kids of Shakespeare, and maybe that has to run as a couple of 27s for financial reasons. So I'm not saying the flexibility would go away, but maybe there's some decisions that are automatic. There's a clear consensus that we don't want certain things to happen, and life could be real easy on those particular cases.
So is this something that the board is wanting at this point, or are you wanting to have further conversation? I guess that's the guidance. Is this one individual piece, or is it?
And you have clearly been doing your job. And this kind of thing is a huge waste of time and energy.
But it is, I
And
see
so
okay.
I'm telling you straight out, I trust you to do your job.
So, if I could summarize.
Sure.
This is what we plan to do.
Yes.
We will go back and examine right now, just do a run
Science.
and audit and find out if there's anything that's out of sync, and identify specifically if there are certain things in science that are just really in a not a great place, and then start having those conversations about how do we address those immediately. I know that you've looked deeply into next year already, so right now, there wouldn't be anything over the line, I
Right.
wouldn't think, but it's not, the schedules haven't run.
Right.
And that's when everything gets all shifted, and we know that too. So we'll go back and look at that. I think the other piece, though, is that if we can really focus on and bring back to the board, and it goes back to the earlier conversation about what are the priorities, because sometimes we find ourselves, again, in places where we have large class sizes that need to be addressed, and our resources aren't there to leverage, and it goes right back to equity and access around DESA. So to the RFP process and to what we've been talking about, that data, it's critical to have it. So I believe, and I can say in very, 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 very good conscience, that our executive directors have worked tirelessly to make sure that these numbers are where they need to be. Every week, we have position review and control. Claudia Henriksen as well in special education, wanting to make sure we can provide the very best for our kids. And that's been all year long. It's never wavered. We can't always do everything, and that's the piece. But in the meantime, we can certainly provide numbers, so, and look more deeply.
Yep, and we'll be back with more information and a way of addressing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well.
I'm fading.
10:15.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I did have, just to update the board, I know that we had our wonderful opportunity today to go out and about across our district and share some exciting news. We've identified staff in a number of areas that we are acknowledging and celebrating on May 6th. And I just want to make sure that our community is aware as well. I can't for the life of me find my list at this point in time. No. But I think that I want to make sure it is the Staff Recognition Awards, and I can share them with you. I've had them up for a couple hours and now they disappeared. So I do want to make sure that we have those, and I have them right in front of me. Thank you so much. Princess Jackson, first grade teacher at Nicolay Elementary, was named the Outstanding Initial Educator, and we'll honor her on May 6th, along with the Outstanding Elementary Educator is Laurel Simons, who actually is a fourth grade teacher at McCullough, and she will be retiring this year, so it was a really bittersweet, I think, to give her that award. The kids loved it. Outstanding Secondary Educator is Rhonda Knospel, music teacher at Lombardi Middle School. Outstanding elementary support staff, Salima Castaneda, secretary at Nicolay. Outstanding secondary support staff, Richard Sims, paraprofessional at East High School. Outstanding school-based student services staff, Lisa Volrath, program support teacher, speech and language. Outstanding school administrator, Peggy Fisher, principal at Sullivan Elementary. And the administrator or staff member that puts schools at the center of their work and champions them is Renee Every. She currently is our district alternative education administrator and hearing officer. So really great list of people we can celebrate, and looking forward to that on May 6th. And that concludes my report.
Okay, I move that the supplemental funds available to increase program hours in the Green Bay Area Public Schools Head Start program as presented be approved.
Second. Same.
Warren?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Sitnikov?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
And this is the grant.
This is the grant that Sally Jansen wrote.
It's the full-time
Full-time.
Head
yeah.
Start. Okay. Yeah,
It's exciting.
a huge grant. Yep.
Yeah, good job, Sally Jansen
Yes.
and Ann Barsh.
Ann
They were-
Barsh.
We're home in bed.
Oh, that was still
But-
there.
Okay.
Okay. Andrew City Student Council report.
All right. Oh, yeah, you guys are still here.
They are still here.
All right, we'll do our Intercity Student Council report and turn it over to Jamie.
Hi, I'm Jamie Barbian. I'm the president of ICSC and a senior at West. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
First
you too,
meeting. So just what's going on with ICSC right now, we're wrapping up our year. We have one meeting left and then one quarterly left. So we're doing a constitutional revision this year, as you've probably heard, which it's the first time in over 10 years that we've done this. So we're looking through as a group to make sure everything aligns with what we want the council to be. For our next meeting, our May meeting, we're electing our officers for ICSC, so that will be an exciting day. We go late and everyone brings snacks and we do our elections. We had an ICSC officers meeting for the first time in a long time since Ms. Sorensen has been the advisor of ICSC. So that was Dr. Langenfeld, Mr. John Mangas, Mr. Tim Flood, Ms. Melissa Thiel-Collar, and Ms. Judy Wigan, along with myself, Owen Brennan, who is vice president, and Noah Becker, who is our secretary. And so this was a really great time for us to have more in-depth discussion with some of the leaders of the district and get some questions answered that we still had from our quarterly meeting. And moving on with our last quarterly meeting of the year, we are determining some items to discuss, and what we are currently discussing and narrowing down is a year in review of the East trimesters, grading, particularly wrapping up our discussion on weighted grades, school temperatures, dress code and school safety, and the NEW School of Innovation. So, Noah, do you have anything else? Okay, so that's all for ICSE.
Jamie did a great job. It's Katie Monster and Avenue Q.
I saw it.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was impressed.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Next is our legislative liaison report. Do we want to take a break? I need a break. That would be
Yeah,
really good.
we can take a break, a
We'll just
brief
take
break.
a short break.
I don't
as
think
we
I'm gonna
can.
make it, Sandy.
Incredibly brief break.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
All right, we're ready. If everyone can come back.
All right, I'm gonna breeze through this legislative.
Next is our legal update, and I'll turn it over to Laura McCoy.
All right, we're gonna start with the upcoming hearing on Wednesday with the Joint Finance Committee. I'm gonna pass around a copy of a draft of my, if you wanna give that, of my testimony.
How you put this together? Like, did you, I know you probably worked with Lori, or can you give some context to that?
Honestly, I didn't really have any input on anyone else's testimony other than my own. So I know that it's been coordinated so that not everyone covers the same thing.
Okay.
Which is just an efficiency thing, because you get 2 minutes and you don't get the second more. So Michelle will be talking about the Blue Ribbon Commission and support for recommendations. I'll be talking about additional education funding and support of the Blue Ribbon Commission, or recommendations. Christina Jingle will be talking about mental health services. Tony Mixer will be talking about ELL funding. Claudia Hendrickson will be talking about special ed funding. And Nicole Schubert may be speaking about also increased funding of special education. Hang on here. So the public hearing will be at UWGB in the Phoenix rooms from 10 until 5. I'm going to get there early so I can get my name in early. So, because I have something at chapel at 2:30, so I'm going to hopefully be out of there by then. The committee will be available to listen to anyone who cares to testify on any item related to the state budget. I expect there'll be a lot of people testifying about school, public school funding. I already talked about that. The pace is brisk. There's a lot of waiting around. And there's really no time available for anything other than the kind of basic statements. You get 2 minutes. Okay, I already said a bunch of this. Nearly 200 people testified at a recent hearing at UW River Falls. And I'm expecting, that we'll see at least that many here. Next item is the Marquette Law School poll.
I'm sorry, can I ask another question? So, from a systems perspective, was there communications to the board, maybe more, this is more for you, Michelle, or like coordination about if other board members want to, because it seems to me like the more people that are there, that are willing to do all the time and the work and the standing around to talk, the better. So was there any sort of, like, I know all the people that Laura said, but from any of us sitting here?
Typically, the board liaison to the legislative liaison is the person that we usually, invite to the meetings. That's how it's been in the past. Certainly, it doesn't exclude anybody from testifying. I know we've talked many times that this is happening. I also put a thing in the update and put a link that said if anybody, it says it in there that, it shows some talking points you might consider. So it's just process, and we can certainly change the process we've used in the past. Everyone is welcome to testify, always.
Sure.
It wasn't to exclude.
No, I'm not saying that it was. I'm just saying from a board, it may make sense for us to try to improve coordination.
Absolutely.
Because I had been thinking about going, and then I was like, oh, and then I heard you were going. And, just to say like, hey, if anybody else wants to go, we can help you draft. I don't know. And I know there were a lot of steps there, but if more people can be there, and I know they're also accepting written testimony as well. If you can't speak, you can submit it. So
it's a significant time commitment. I mean, really,
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't know. The last one I went to was up in Marinette, and I think I was there for hours.
But that's what I'm saying, though. We can also submit it in written testimony, so you don't have to go that day.
There's a method
So,
for that.
I sent and I forwarded, I had it in the update on Friday, and a link that we had shared some.
I saw that
Yeah,
come through.
and then, so there's talking points, so if you did
Okay.
want to submit it, we could certainly.
Okay, I'll work on it tomorrow, and I will send it to you.
Yeah, and I can either take it with me and just hand it to them, or, and I apologize, if
No,
I
that's
misstepped. Because here's the important part. Sometimes this all comes here. I think one of the opportunities, because they aren't gonna make these decisions there, and sometimes our local legislators aren't even there. So the voice, they try to come. So it's even going back and saying, we've done this in the past and have had moderate success, and is doing like a legislative breakfast or a parent meeting, and we certainly haven't gone down that road, but we certainly could, and then all the board members come, and then we have parents come and have that conversation. So that certainly is something that we could certainly work to set up as well.
We stopped doing the legislative breakfasts because nobody would come.
Right.
Well, one time they didn't do very well with one another.
Right.
Remember that
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
That was
It's an
interesting. But
It's an
again,
ever-changing,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm just learning and I'm just
depending on who
Yeah.
the people are.
I think it would be great.
All right.
Thank you. If I
All
had
right.
more time.
Does it-
One more time.
So do you plan on stopping by just, like, cause I was wondering that too, I can't be there the whole day, but I thought like, oh, maybe I'll stop by for an hour, just to kind
Watch
of see
some
Mm-hmm.
what it's about,
testimony.
and watch, you know.
Yeah, that's
You don't
true.
have to go out there and mess with
Wisconsin
parking and
Eye.
stuff, you can watch it.
And you can watch it tape delayed too.
Right. So,
All
Yeah.
7 hours of it.
yeah, well, with the.
Hey, a little watch party at your house.
Yeah, maybe I'll just do it when I get home, I'll watch the one in River Falls.
Yeah.
But-
It'll be
but-
consistent themes, I imagine.
Yes, but sometimes if you know someone's on there, you wanna watch it. And when they were doing the Blue Ribbon Commission, it worked really well, cause sometimes I would be in Madison live, John is watching it, so then when things pop and I need things to say, that, and so he's confirming.
Yeah.
And that worked well, and then when I couldn't get to some of those, there was one way in the middle of nowhere, Turtle Lake or Turtle
Oh, yeah.
something. Anyway,
Okay,
they were all,
okay.
you could go back and watch them all,
Okay.
so you could get it all, so,
Thank you.
anyway.
All right, moving along here. The second item is the Marquette Law School poll. I personally always like seeing the results of this poll. They're often very interesting. I think the big takeaway is that from the most recent one was April 10th, is that there is widespread support throughout the state for a, quote, major increase in special education funding. And I'm sure that's not really a surprise to anyone in this room, but I just wanted to note it for the record. And then the number 3 is an update on the status of the state budget. There's starting to be some draft bills about some of the recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Commission. And I would recommend all of you to go to WASB website under the legislative update and look at the I have a thing here, I ran it off, it's 7 pages long, so I didn't want to do like a copy for everybody. But you can go there and look and see the status of the Blue Ribbon Commission recommendations, what the issue papers are, who the authors were, and just sort of, you can track the progress of some of these recommendations as they become legislation.
So they're pulling those, they're not putting them in a budget, they're pulling them out as separate bills?
That's what the article said, that some of it will be done legislatively, yeah.
Some different individual legislators have pulled some things out.
I'm sure not all of them.
Oh, gosh, no.
Yeah.
And it's Republicans, I assume, pulling them out, yeah.
Yeah, actually looking through this, looks like yes,
Because most of that's already in the governor's budget,
yeah.
yeah.
There's a few that they say are not drafted in bill form yet, so,
Okay.
anyway. Anyway, if you want to, you can go and have a look at that. And let's see, and then the last item is, well, before we go to the last item, I just want to, you all got a copy of the article by John Havlicek about fully funding our public schools. I thought it was a good article to have a look at. And so some of the main takeaways for me was the point where he says the state voucher programs will cost our public schools $302 million this school year. And the other thing, there's a lot of good stuff in there, but the other thing that really stuck with me was the people of Wisconsin clearly support public schools and are willing to raise their own taxes to do so. It is time the legislature listens. And then the last item, number 4, is an update on the Blue Ribbon Commission. Michelle, do you have anything you want to add or
No, I think that the piece that I will share with you is that in addition to Green Bay Public Schools and representation at this table, there are also going to be members of the Partners in Education Chamber talking about the work through the business community lens, about the importance of investing in our schools and why that should be their priority, and making sure that the equity areas are addressed fully. The bilingual, bicultural, we heard the program tonight with 4,500 students and an 8% reimbursement. That's not getting us where we need to be. And pitiful is not, and being lowest in the country is not something we want to achieve. Economically disadvantaged and special ed are the three areas, and obviously the funding formula is something that we've been talking about for years and years and years, and we need to keep pushing on that as well. Those will be the priority areas that I plan to speak in particular about as we move forward. All would help us, but I also see that it's around equity and access and the disparities that we continue to move forward without recognizing that disequalizing is really. So if they just add more money in stipends on top of everything, we're still in the same place, because the school districts that get 16,000 to 18,000 a student are gonna just keep getting more and more, and the inequities and disparity continues. So our kids deserve the best. We deserve to be able to recruit and retain the very best teachers, and that's another part of the equation that needs to happen. And so those are all part of the recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Commission, and of course, mental health and the needs of our children and our staff need to be supported, and their well-being, all of them. So, priority areas.
All right. That ends my report. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Laura.
Okay, I have, one other quick question about Wednesday. Is anybody talking about transportation funding, Vicki? Wednesday? Because we talked about transportation funding and like the $2 million and yada yada. Like, should we add that in?
I probably won't be in attendance. I have a pretty full day.
But I'm just saying, is anybody talking about that? Because I can work on that.
I think that would be great. I think the transportation right now, the disparity around transportation is usually around sparsity, around kids who. And so one of the pieces that we have to recognize is that if they would adequately fund something.
Right, but that's not, I can.
Right, if they gave us a weighting for poverty, and it really ties in and says, if you gave us a weighting for poverty, students living in poverty, our kids can't, mobility is a huge issue. Access and opportunities around transportation. We need dollars to be able to do that, and that would be additional resource for children in poverty or identified. So it's I think it's something that
And nobody else is talking about that on
not that I'm
Wednesday.
aware of.
Okay.
And I think it really fits in with the whole story.
Well, how it relates to truancy.
Yeah.
It-
Is
that
what we
too.
talked about.
Yeah.
with Vicki.
And mobility.
And
All right.
Stosh.
Yeah.
I'll put something together.
Yep, I think it's very important. And again, if they would even provide any kind of equitable funding streams, we could prioritize that. Yeah, John?
Tell the truth.
If you want to call for some numbers, Christina,
I'll call you.
help you frame your numbers correct.
That would
That's
be
part of
great.
the story,
I'll
yeah.
call you tomorrow. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
And on my spare time.
All
But
right,
it does affect it.
next we have district events.
Oh, God.
I do have, I know, I think we all received a letter from Mary Sue Laban, who's the director of Future Phoenix, inviting us to the 8th grade campus visits. I was there with Edison on Wednesday, April 10th, and I know there's two more, let's see, 22nd? So two more days of visits. Washington Middle School is going tomorrow and Wednesday, and it was really fun. I hooked into a group of 8th graders and went around with them to all the places that they saw and everything. So, and I know Mary Sue Laban was highly grateful that I was there and supporting those visits, because this is something that's new They haven't always been doing the 8th grade visits. They've done 5th grade for a long time, but these 8th grade visits are new. So if you're interested or can attend, like I said, it's tomorrow. They come at 9 and they leave at noon. And they start in the Crest Event Center. I don't know, is there anything else?
And then we have the committee tomorrow afternoon. The Safe Routes to Schools.
Yes,
With the Mueller report sized.
You're able to make that?
I am, but I wasn't able to read it because I've been working so much.
I know what it is.
It's like 500 pages.
It wasn't redacted either.
Right.
All right, then next we have, I think, board member school visits. Does anybody have any?
I'll go. Mine wasn't very, I've worked a lot this last month, traveling as well for work. I was able to go to the same thing you went to. It was at East High School where they had, middle and,
The orchestra.
yeah, middle and high school orchestras, kind of doing like a presentation to Civic Symphony, right, members? Who
Yes.
critique them, and that was kind of fun to watch, but that was about it for me. Other than that, I have spent a decent amount of time. I've met with 2 parents and have been a lot of phone calls, so I may not have been in the buildings, but I've definitely been active, in touch.
I went to J-Doll's event night. That was nice. Well done. The City Stadium Automotive Board meeting, that's always interesting. And the Golden Apple, Avenue Q at West High School.
How do you get invited to the automotive board meeting? Like, how does that happen?
I'm the board representative on it.
Each one of us is on one of, I'm on Baylink, you're on Bridges.
You're on Bridges, right?
He's on City Stadium.
And I'm City
We've
Stadium.
just assigned board members to be on those. It's the Community Advisory Board.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
it's the businesses
It's
that
the-
are invested in the,
Sounds
in
fascinating.
It is, it is.
I went out to Frabil and had a great visit with Mary McCabe. I don't remember if I have this vague feeling that we already talked about the wonderful event that Bridges Construction had.
Oh, I had that on my list. I couldn't remember if we had talked about it either.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
it,
have it on my list too, so.
Okay,
but
so maybe
I
we
looked
did.
at my calendar to see, well, have we had a report since? But we
Oh,
hadn't.
what was neat with the Bridges Open House, Brian Firk did talk about how he had some of his students build the sets for Avenue Q,
Really?
and that was neat to see.
Well,
that.
it's not really a
Well
school,
done.
but I consider that house they're building to be a classroom.
That's right.
And then on April 6th, I went to, Saturday morning, they had a wonderful event at Preble for students with disabilities, with a seminar. There were vendors, there were organizations in the community that service that community of students, and it was very, very interesting. I learned a lot. A lot of my events were affected by weather. So, okay, that's all I have.
I was at Oak Learning Center. They did a
Picking up your son.
yeah. Well, there was a parent event, but we were painting some gourds that were donated. Parents were not ready for the event to be held outside, so it was freezing, and all the kids were out there, and all the parents were freezing. But that's what they do. On Friday, I'm going to Edison to listen to a classroom, and then I'll stay and take a tour of the building when I'm there.
The new lunch space.
Yeah, I have not seen it.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've actually done a lot this month. Spent time, a few hours, visiting in and out of classes at Da Vinci. I was in a pre-calc math class. I used to be able to do pre-calc. And then also a algebra class with Mr. Quinn at East. Went to the, gosh, this is one I feel like happened forever ago, Aladdin musical. Seems like that was a long time ago.
It was.
Spent time with, I spent the morning with one of Sadie's classes at, her morning class at the ELC. Went to event night at JDOL, observed in a Langley ID classroom, and then had a really nice conversation with the teacher of that class. I was at East this morning in their education class. That's their new class that we approved, and they had questions and were really interested in talking about school segregation, so they invited me in for that. And then also spent time in the West IB biology class and the theory of knowledge class. And I had, for quite a while, wanted always to see the Socratic seminar, and so I was able to watch that day. Have you been in that class? Not yet. Yeah. Anyway, so that was really interesting. And then I also went. They had a personal project fair, their IB projects that they do in 10th grade, and they had probably 30 students with their projects, which was really fun. All right. Next we have our, system reports. First is teaching and learning, and that'll be facilitated by Katie Mooney.
Thank you, Brenda. I move that the pre-kindergarten literacy resource adoption as presented be approved.
Second.
Okay. What's that? You would typically second, but that's
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
You're new.
Oh,
From teaching and learning.
oh.
Okay.
Jumped right in.
You did. You're getting
Sorry.
kind of pushy tonight.
I'm just trying to.
Okay. Step it up.
All right, so we have a first and a second. No one has questions. Sandy?
Shelton?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Becker?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move that the Assistive Technology for Students with Special Needs Policy 363.4 as presented be approved.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, second.
You're good.
All right,
You're
Sandy?
good.
McCoy? Aye. Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
I move, okay,
Carried 7-0.
thank you. I move that the Assistive Technology Procedures Rule 363.4R be repealed.
Second.
Good job.
Why are we repealing it? Did we just copy it into a policy?
Right, it was included in some.
Okay.
Sandy?
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move that the admission of non-resident students policy 422 as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy?
Becker?
Aye.
Maloney?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Warren? Aye. Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye.
Carried 7-0.
That concludes our report.
All right, next we have
do it.
organizational support. That'll be facilitated by Andrew Becker.
Okay, move that the 2019-20 fee schedule as presented be approved.
Second.
There were no changes in that.
A middle school athletic fee
Oh,
is
yeah.
eliminated.
Eliminated, that's right. Sandy?
Maloney? Aye. Warren?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Shelton?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move that SMA Construction Services be awarded the bid for general construction referendum work at Jackson in the amount of $4,975,000 as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy?
McCoy? Aye. Shelton?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Sitnikov?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Carried 7-0, and that's a referendum dollars still, right? Yep.
Okay, move that PhD Roof Doctors be awarded the bid for roof replacement at Jackson in the amount of $118,520 as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy? Becker?
Aye.
Sitnikov?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Vanden Heuvel?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
McCoy?
Aye. Carried 7-0.
I
Move that Northeast Asphalt Inc. be awarded the bid for parking lot rehabilitation at Langlade in the amount of $304,982.82 as presented be approved.
Second.
Yeah, 80 cents.
Sandy?
Warren?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Sitnikow?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Shelton?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move that Northeast Asphalt Inc. be awarded the bid for parking lot rehabilitation at Preble in the amount of $168,985.65 as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy? Shelton?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Warren?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikow?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Becker?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move that Northeast Asphalt Inc. be awarded the bid for parking lot rehabilitation at King Elementary School in the amount of $284,559.50 as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy?
McCoy? Aye. Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Sitnikow?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move the addition to the table of organization be modified to reflect the addition of Community School Resource Coordinator 11 months, salary group 16, and the associated job description as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy?
Sitnikow?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Warren?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Shelton?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move that the issuance of educator contracts for the 2019-20 school year as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy?
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Shelton?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Abstain.
Warren?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Sitnikow?
Aye. Carried 6, 1 abstention.
Just abstain because my wife is on a teacher contract, so was advised to not.
I move that the transfer of Jennifer Clemmy, Technology Integrator at the District Office Building to Administrator of Student Information Systems at the District Office Building 12 months at a salary of $72,427 effective July 1st as 2019 as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy?
Maloney? Aye. Warren?
Aye.
Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Sitnikow?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Shelton?
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
I move that the consent items as presented be approved.
Second.
Sandy?
Warren?
Aye.
Becker?
Aye.
McCoy? Aye. Sitnikow?
Aye.
Maloney? Aye. Shelton? Vandenhuvel?
Aye.
Carried 7-0. I'd entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
All in favor? Oh, wait.
Aye.
So moved. I didn't have a second first.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? We're adjourned.
Dare to oppose.
You have been watching the Green Bay Area Public School District's Board of Education meeting. Please visit the school district's website, www.gbaps.org, to view the program again. If you cannot fully access the information on this video, please let us know the accessibility issue you are having by calling 920-448-2025 or by email at communications@gbaps.org. We will try to provide the information to you in an alternative format and/or make the necessary improvements to make the information accessible.